counting where we're doing a certain
You're
task.
saying a lot of things.
Okay. Should I stop? Should I? What?
I was saying things.
What?
No, keep talking. Keep talking.
You can keep saying things.
Okay. Like, where was I again? I'm losing it.
That's all it takes to destroy all of your memes, okay? That's all it took. Whatever bit this was, not anymore.
Okay, there's this thing in counting where it costs far too much to actually like check something fully, so you just don't actually do it and just trust that it's correct.
So like a sunk cost fallacy, except you just keep rolling with it?
No, it's not sunk cost. It just this takes too much effort to check. There's no point.
Isn't there
Like for example, with inventory, if you need to count how many nails you got when you got like 50 bags, there's no point. Just take a good estimate and call it good.
I'm very bad at estimating.
Okay, so what you do is you take the bag of nails, pour in a weight, figure out the weight of each nail, and then just do that, and you're good. Should be good.
I almost posted the YouTube link with the wrong stream. They would have been the last week's podcast people were clicking on. Oh no!
Only counting with Shimmy for yet again.
When are we evading my taxes? When is that happening?
Okay, look, we just got to first in, first out. Okay, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Also, you guys have some funny IFRS rules. Okay.
Funny what?
IFRS.
What? Did he disconnect or did I?
Someone disconnected. Hold on.
What?
Probably you.
I don't know what IFRS is.
I can't tell if he disconnected or he just said like half of the word he was trying to say and then stopped, or if that was the whole word. I have no clue what's going on here.
I'm running on the assumption it's the whole word, but I still don't know what it means.
What, IFRS?
Yes, we don't know what that is.
International Financial Reporting Standards.
Yeah, that.
IFRS.
What? Why are we talking about? Wait, what's happening?
That's the one.
Okay, I think Shadow is slightly dying. You guys heard that, right?
Wait, am I?
No.
Okay, now you're gaslighting me.
One that's dying.
No, now you're gaslighting me.
I'm hearing Shadow fine.
Oh, I've got some gaslighting. You think just because Umineko is over, I can't gaslight you more?
Okay, so what the fuck did you hear from me last then? Hold on. Let's get this together.
Ari, don't do this to me.
Hello?
Chap, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What?
Okay. I guess we are all here, right?
Yes, you have to hold on.
Yeah.
I am trying to get shit ready. I have to get the posts ready.
Okay.
Please, everybody, calm down, please.
I'm just making sure that we're not having any more connection issues.
Listen, the only one I know is
so
having a
you
connection
gaslight
issue
us
was
for
Shadow
people?
mid-speech having a weird, like, stutter with, like, his thing. That was it.
He wasn't. He
Okay.
wasn't.
He was. He was.
Okay.
He was saying the whole word. He was saying an acronym.
No, he wasn't. No. Okay. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. Okay, let's see.
Are we good?
I'm good.
You guys are losing it. I haven't even started yet.
My final bits of gaslighting. We're live, right?
Yes, we're live.
Yeah.
People can hear us. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Thank God.
What if I told you that
There's an
Umineko
Umineko too?
Nanakukarani was not a linear visual novel?
Hold
this entire
on.
time?
Hold on. Wait.
Okay,
So
let's see.
these-
All right.
Pieces were told out of order in the visual novel, but they were told in order in the manga.
The
What if I
fine
told you
order.
that Umineko Nanakukarani was not a linear visual novel, and it had choices?
I mean, I guess my question would be, do the
These are all
choices
out
matter?
at this point.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
hold
what
on.
if
My question would be, do the
bad?
choices matter, or is it just you get a bad end until you get the right one?
The bad is Valor dies.
Oh,
We die like
yeah, every ending? Like, what?
Well, that's a little sooner, okay? Okay, that's like
Does that mean you have to... Well, see, now I don't know if you're doing a bit or not.
that's the problem.
See,
Is
again,
that
I hate
That's
all
why
of
in
you.
red,
Okay.
Umineko no Nakakarane has different endings.
Oh, you're fucking.
Wait, well, hold on.
Right.
Okay, no. She's doing the witch's truth bullshit. Okay, just because it has multiple endings doesn't necessarily mean the other endings matter. We're doing the witch's red truth bullshit. Again, it's one of those memes where it's like, oh, if you have Battler say the wrong thing, he dies instantly, and then you have to go back 5 lines of text and pick the right thing. Like that's all it could mean. We're trying to do witches bullshit here, and it's not happening. Listen.
Yeah, this is the bad.
This is amateur witch's trick, okay? Amateur hour, all right.
Also, an ending if you don't solve all 10 of the wacky questions correctly.
But also, more importantly, I don't know why you would lie about that for the entirety of the book club when we weren't reading the VN. What would be the point in that? What is the...
You're just a fuck with
I
this.
wanted one final gaslight, okay?
That was it?
It's the last episode.
You're cooking shit, Ari.
You just,
Suffer more.
Okay, well, anyways, hold on. Let me make sure all the posts are out.
Yes, keep trying.
Good. All these are out. So the real gaslight would have been there's actually 4 more episodes and we have to read them now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Time to read Umineko
Go, go.
Tsubasa, where everybody's alive and happy.
Doesn't make sense.
Now,
Don't worry
now
about
I
it.
need to read Tsubasa. I hear there's a lion episode in it. I need to read it.
All right,
Okay, we'll
give
do that
me-
next voting, okay? We'll vote for that.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, they're gonna disappear for a moment. And then I'm gonna rejoin the call and everything will be perfectly fine. No issues with this. Do not worry, gamers.
I wasn't paying
All right.
attention to like the chapter
Oh, I
titles
didn't
when
even
was
see
reading
that.
them. Yeah.
I didn't even see that the YouTube.
Yeah, the YouTube video says magic ending, so I figured that was the case. So does that mean that each of the...
I'll explain it when we get to towards the ending.
Okay.
Why? Okay, hold on. All of our PNG tubers are not loading. Hold on.
No,
They've
don't turn me
all
into,
just they've all just stopped loading. Hold on, let me try this. 1 second. Deactive Fugi. There. Okay, and then I join.
That's what matters now.
All right, there we go.
Yes.
Now they're back. I don't know why they broke, but they're back. Can you guys hear me? I
You're
know
a
what you
little
guys are doing.
choppy.
Sort of.
You're
Okay.
breaking, Shep. It's you. You're the problem, not me. This
No,
time.
this is not what's happening here. I'm not dealing with any of this stuff. All right, are we ready to go?
That's why they're not loading, Shep. You fool.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, there we are.
Okay, hold on. Hold everything. Ad break is apparently ending in a couple minutes. I thought they were already finished, but we have a couple minutes before the ads end, and then we can officially start.
You didn't say that it was Beato's birthday on the post.
We literally are about to be beginning and then dealing with all that. Okay, what did you want from me? What did you want?
You
You
know
want a
what? It
birthday
just
hat?
occurred to me.
What?
All you guys facing to the
Can
left,
you do that?
except for me.
What? Okay,
Especially
you
I'm
have to say
rolling
that again. I don't know
straight.
what you said. I don't know what you said because Angie just spoke at the same time.
All of you guys are pointing, are facing different direction than me. It's a little odd.
Okay. All right. I need you guys to answer something for me. Okay. I say something and Shadow takes 5 fucking seconds to respond. Is that me or is that him? All right, I'm not dealing with this tonight. I'm not dealing with this tonight, all of you. This is the finale episode, and you can't do technical gaslights to me. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Oh, this is the best episode of the Anime Book Club known to exist. It's only been like 10 minutes.
Listen.
There was a delay, but I don't know if it was Shadow like doing something. But I definitely noticed the 5-second delay that you're talking.
I'm pretty sure it was just Shadow waiting a couple seconds before he said something. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure it was that. But I hate that you motherfuckers did not want to acknowledge that he was just waiting 5 seconds before he responded. I hate all of you. You're sitting here trying to be like, what is he talking about? I don't know. What do you mean? Everything was perfectly fine. That's your implication. That was your implication. That was your implication when you were silent and you know it. All right. Listen, for those listening, okay, I will have you know, and I said this in one of our book club chats, okay? I am the most oppressed book club member, okay? They gaslight me every single time I'm in VC, okay? You would think because I'm the host, I would get a little goddamn respect in this house, but no, all I get is this shit, all right? This is what I have to deal with. This is what I deal with.
I mean, I don't know what you expect at this point. Like, you know what's going to happen.
Was you the silence during the 5 seconds or the silence before he started
I hate all of you. I hate all of you.
The silence before he started
I hate all of you.
Was just me.
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain this 5 seconds. Okay, I was trying to formulate what the fuck I was about to say. Because it didn't make any sense in my head.
Okay.
So what I was trying to say is, I'm basing the prediction that you guys. It's low odds.
All right. I swear to God, everybody, I just had 2 people say entire sentences at the same time. Nobody felt like stopping. And you're all doing it to me again. I've been ready to start, and then you guys keep trying to do stuff to make me think, is there technical issues or not? I hate all of you. Do not start leaving and joining back. Do not start doing that over and over again. I swear to God. It's like herding cats, okay? I can't do shit here. What am I supposed to do?
I am a cat.
Also, I think Shadow was complaining about him facing a certain direction. Let me see if I can fix this.
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm facing a different direction than you guys.
I think it was because of there was a reason for it when Andy wasn't here. I thought it looked better for some reason with how we had things set up, but let me fix this. Let me flip you. You are getting flipped, buddy.
Yes.
Flipped loser.
Get flipped horizontally, idiot.
You probably this isn't why I wanted though, is the thing.
Okay, there we go.
This is all according to plan.
And then I have to move you. No, see, you have a big orange scarf that goes over Andy's thing, and then Andy has giant wings that would go over your thing. I can't win no matter which one I put in front of you.
We're super toony.
Oh my god!
Okay,
all right, well,
hold on. Speak for yourself, dumbass.
Well, the best we get is the red scarf over Andy, so you're gonna have to deal with that. Damn.
Okay, you can put me back if that's an issue, actually.
Okay, I'm putting you guys like this. This is how you guys are. Oh wait, you're gonna be different in some other scene, but that's fine. Okay, everything's fine. All right, I'm ready to go. Are we done gaslighting me?
No.
Happy birthday, Beatrice!
All right, hold on. Let me turn this off, and then we can officially get started with the final episode. Okay. Hold on. Wait, why is YouTube angry with me? I hate everything tonight. I hate everything tonight.
YouTube's not angry with you.
16 minutes past. We haven't started.
That's how you know it's a good stream.
No, Curtis redeemed first. I didn't even think about the fact that I technically could have. Damn it.
Bro.
You married that much to you, Andy?
Yes.
Apparently.
I just did for a bit.
Well, now you have to beat Andy to it every time. All right,
No,
I'm taking off the
want
pre-show.
to,
Hey,
so.
hey, stop it, stop it. I'm taking off the pre-show. We're getting started. This is happening. Nobody can stop this, okay? All right? All right, we're doing this. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to another exciting episode of the Anime Book Club. And happy birthday to Beatrice as well tonight. Everybody say happy birthday, Beatrice.
Happy birthday, Vito!
See, they had the delay there again. I hate you all. I hate you all. You're supposed to say happy birthday, okay? You're supposed to say it's Beatrice's birthday. And we're here on Beatrice's birthday because Thanksgiving was last night. But it also worked out. And Leon's. Or Lions? I don't remember, but it's fine. It's fine.
Look,
It's
I
their
know you
birthday
played
too.
it from the start. You can't fool
And
us.
now also I do have a gift for Beatrice on her birthday. We have a present for Beatrice. We here at Book Club are throwing her a birthday party over here in this scene. Oh my god, it's Beatrice's birthday. Holy shit.
This is amazing.
Wow. Happy birthday, Beatrice. You gotta open up the stream. You guys don't already have the stream open to see it? We're over here. We're here. We're here for Beatrice's birthday. Happy birthday, Beatrice. I don't have a way for her to speak, but she is here. We've set up a party for her. Okay. That's true. That's true. She's very excited. She's very happy. Wow. Happy birthday, Beatrice. And we're here to talk about the end of Umineko. We're not saying this scene for too long. I just wanted to show it off for a little bit. Let's go back over here. We are here to discuss the final volumes of the final episode of Umineko When They Cry, the manga. It's been a 5-month-long journey. We started on the 4th of July, and now we're at the end of November, and we finally made it.
Birthday.
On Beatrice's birthday. Yes, as God and Ari intended.
Yeah, this was my happy year plan to end
Yes.
on Vito's birthday.
Oh my god, what a plan. What a plan.
Was it?
What a plan it was.
5B chest here, okay? That's what
Now
the chest
before-
came back to finally.
So we're here to discuss the final volumes, but before we get into all that, let's introduce our cast here today in order of how they appear on the screen. First, there's me, Wolfborg, aka Battlerborg, aka Chaplain, aka the Anime Club host, who gets all of the respect from all the members of it because I work so goddamn hard. I even set up birthdays for Beatrice, okay? This is all I do, so everybody loves and respects me in this house, I think.
Can you
So
include this in your compilation of?
I see again. That's another thing that I'm working on that I should get respect for, motherfuckers. Okay, listen. So, I am the host of the book club. I write about anime, talk about anime. We're talking about Umineko. I will play the VN eventually. Now that we're done with the manga, I do have it physically. I have my Battler USB that I got from ANYC. So I got the Battler USB, which I can just plug into anything. I can just plug them into anything, and suddenly,
Vito on it?
yes, it has beheaded Beto and then Warlock Battler on it. So, what I would recommend, because occasionally we do recommendations here, I would recommend Balatro. I played Balatro a little bit earlier this week, and I instantly sucked a whole bunch of more hours into it. I think like most of yesterday I was playing more Balatro. It's once you start playing it, you'll understand why everybody loves it. It's good. It's good. That's my recommendation. And next up we have Arimia. Introduce yourself.
Hi. I'm Arabia. I'm the one forcing them to read Umineko, and I like visual novels and shonen shit. You should read more visual novels. It's the autumn sale right now on Steam. Oh yeah, go get some visual novels.
Yes, all of them,
Including
Umineko no Kokoroni, which I'm sure is on sale right now.
Holy
I'm sure
shit!
Manga put it on sale.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. All right, and next up we have Shadow Man. Introduce yourself.
I am Shadow. The thing I recommend is making fun of your peers.
Wow. Wow. Is that what you would recommend? Do you have any tips for how to do that? Yeah, no, wait 5 seconds before you say something. Yeah. I understand.
Umineko no Kokoroni is 40% off on Steam right now.
All right, next up we have next up we have Nyan Bacon.
Hold
Introduce
on,
yourself.
What the fuck?
Hey. Oh, you finally decided to connect to the conversation. Oh, do you have anything you want to say, sir?
Yeah, use comedic timing. That's how you make fun of them.
Wow. All right, next up we have Nyan Bacon.
This is
Introduce
funny,
yourself.
okay?
Hi, I'm Naya Bacon. You may also hear me referred to as Andy. You should read my fan fiction. It's called Candied Ghosts. It's about Battler having an eating disorder, and it's available on Archive of Our Own.
I was like waiting for like, is Andy gonna say what it's about? Because I was about ready to be like, do you want to tell them what it's about? Give them a little content warning ahead of time.
There is
Content warning.
very vivid descriptions of people throwing up. So
Wait,
that's your
follow
content
me.
warning.
Is that we should read Chainsaw Man next?
Oh boy.
Vivid descriptions of people throwing up in Chainsaw Man too.
Yes.
That's really funny.
I mean, yes, there's an iconic scene from that. It's a whole
Very,
thing.
very iconic.
What's even funnier about all of that is I'm extremely emetophobic. I hate listening, like hearing other people vomit. So the fact that I write about it is
No.
very funny.
I understand. I understand. It's you don't like when others do it. When you do it, it's fine.
No, I don't like when I do it either. It's gross. It's
Well, then,
I'd actually rather explode than throw up, which means that getting food poisoning is one of my top fears. If anything is past an expiration date, I will throw it out because I would rather waste food than get food poisoning. Food poisoning sounds like hell. Anyway,
I don't doubt it. All right, well, go
really
check out that.
That's all I can say.
That was a glowing invitation to that. So if you are interested in that kind of content, that's there. So go consume that if you are interested. Now, it is time for us to begin our final Umineko manga discussion. Let's do this. Oh my god. The finale. The finale. Let me just say, as somebody who in the past has been like, bro, these magical fight scenes, I don't give a fuck because I know there's supposed to be a thing afterwards. There's like how it actually happened. We were definitely at the point now where I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that anymore. These scenes are cool as fuck. Especially because Kei Natsumi was drawing it. Bro. So many.
Bad.
I kept, once I started reading it from the PC, it made it easier for me to screen cap things more. And so I was just pasting a shit ton of like the cool like shots that I was seeing and art that I was seeing.
Flames.
It was like so fucking good. There was like, oh my god, so much good. That was my immediate takeaway. I mean, that's even before we get into all the like very, very sad and dramatic like ending resolutions and all that kind of stuff that was happening. So, where do we begin though? Where do we even begin? So
yeah, where do we start from here?
Well, so it started with the Battler, Anjay, and Lambda going off to the City of Books. Because the next step in trying to fix everything is to retrieve the key. They can't get the book of the One Truth because it's pretty much about to get revealed to everybody, so everybody's looking at it. But they can go for the key, and if they can get the key, they can stop the book of the One Truth from being opened and revealed to the public. At the Rokujima Murder Mystery Convention, a real event that should not be a real event at all. What the fuck is wrong with people? What the fuck? So Battler, Anjay, and Lambda are on the mission for it. Well, at first it was pretty much going to try to be Battler and Anjay, but they needed Lambda's help to get in, and they had a way to get in. It was specifically they had some kind of thing that Anjay was given, I think, to allow her to go back, or was it Lambda? I forget. But they had like one of them.
I think Lambda was given one.
Yes.
She was
okay.
like, yeah, here to take it.
It was like a
witch,
bell.
So.
It was a bell that would allow Lambda to attend the party. And Lambda had one and said, you guys can have it, figure out who wants it though. And so they were like trying to argue with each other, and while they were like fighting over it, Lambda hears ringing in somebody's like pocket, and apparently Anjay had another one in her pocket, didn't even realize it. We find out later who put it in there, but for some reason they had one, so now both Battler and Anjay could go, and Lambda decided to come with just to watch, I guess. At first. I think it was at first she just wanted to watch. Well, that was what she said, but as we know, it was, you know, it was like, I'm just here to watch. I definitely won't help you guys. And then we absolutely were going to help them the whole time. Like, there was no doubt in that for a second.
Leon promised me that this would be certainly a great show, so I'll tag along.
Yeah. So we had that starting. Meanwhile, Erica has come back. Somehow Erica has returned as a pirate. We have Pirate Erica with the massive, big ships of magic denying, like conceptual negation ships. I think the phrase "fire the conceptual negation cannons" line was thrown in there at some point. I laughed at that name of that. So Erica shows up and is just like, "Hey, so this is over for you guys. I have an ultimatum for you guys. We're destroying your shit no matter what. But if you surrender, we will allow your story to be contained. We essentially want to preserve Bito's games in the City of Books for people to you know, for historical purposes. If you don't surrender to us." If you don't surrender to us, we're going to destroy you, steal them, and then let anybody do whatever the fuck they want with them. With us, we'll preserve them at least. They, you know, but you guys are still losing your shit no matter what. It's just a matter of not you want to fight for it or surrender, okay? And Beatrice comes up with a plan. Beatrice is like, okay, we have to pretend to be in debates about what to do for hours to try to buy Battler and Anjay some time with their mission that they're on with Lambda Delta. We will pretend like all of us have no plan. We're just arguing for it. And Beatrice is able to buy this time from Erica because they're saying that Lambda is trying to contact some of their quote, Lambda's quote friends, their contacts, which just the fact that Lambda is interested in fighting instead of surrendering scares the fuck out of Erica, let alone Lambda contacting her friends. Probably not good. So Erica's like, okay, fine, Beatrice, go try to convince them to surrender. And the whole family, all of them, are just trying to pretend to argue with each other the whole time. So it's like they're like arguing with each other, like making it look like they're fighting, but then they're like whispering to each other, "Wait, is that what you're supposed to say?" And like shit like that. It's a very funny little bit.
Bird has no friends.
Oh yeah, that was wonderful.
I think the way it's described is that like Lambda's like one of the most popular witches in the realms. So she like, it's not that she really has friends, it's more that she has followers, people who just love Lambda, and they would do anything for her. So when Burn hears that she's like ready to fight back, she's like, oh no. What is she thinking?
Yep.
Personally though, if I was Beatrice, here's what I would have done, okay? Instead of participating arguing, I would have just gave them a letter, and on the back side's still for discourse from the first episode.
Wait, say that again?
What?
Wait 5 seconds.
Backside would...
Okay.
On the backside was
on the backside, it was a symbol for discourse from the first episode.
What
See, okay. What?
Remember from the first episode? Oh, hold on.
Oh, the seal.
No, he's talking about the rune.
The rune that causes discourse or like people to fight or whatever. Okay. I couldn't understand what you were saying because for me you were breaking up a bit when you were talking about it. So I don't know. Anyways.
I heard it. I just couldn't understand it.
Okay.
So it's Snap's internet again.
No, it's not my internet. Okay. It's on. Listen. Anyways. So they're trying to distract Erica. Battler, Anjay, and Lambda are trying to do their little sneaking mission at the City of Books, and they have an inside person helping them, who was the same person that put the bell in Anjay's pocket, and it's Avatrice. Avatrice trying to help him out. Not like, not directly communicating with them, but just trying to like help from, slipping the bell into Anjay's thing. going to where the key is being held by Burn's little cat minions, killing all of them pretty easily, I might add, so that she can start dispelling the like barrier around the key, which takes time to remove, and then also writing like a mysterious thing, like a magical sign to point them.
The key's here.
Yeah, to like guide them to the key. So, all right, so we have all this stuff in place to help out the crew, and Ava's trying to help them out, but I don't remember if I don't think Ava actually gets to meet up with them, because I think it was pretty much just a whole bunch of other fighting happens in between. So this is where we get to the coolest fights, I think. So there was 2 sets of cool fights. One was Burn Castle versus Lambda Delta, because Lambda eventually is just like, okay, one of you guys, one of you is gonna have to sacrifice in order to distract Burn Castle, because Burn Castle's found us. They know that we're here, so one of you got to do rock paper scissors to see who's seeing who's gonna be the sacrifice, while the other one can try to grab the key. And Lambda enters the rock paper scissors contest because she wants to be the sacrifice, but she's too tsundere to just say I'll do it. So yeah, we have the little bit where, what was it? It was just, oh, these dumbass fucking Ushiromiya siblings. If I just say, all right, the first round's paper, they're both gonna throw a rock, and then I'll just throw scissors, and then I'll be the loser. So because each of them is like, no, I want to be the sacrifice. No, I'll be the sacrifice. And so Lambda's like, no, children, I'm sacrificing, and actually I might win. So I don't even know if it's a sacrifice, but you guys go ahead you guys go ahead, wait around for the key. It's gonna take some time. Hopefully Avatrice actually got to start dispelling it, because otherwise it takes a whole fucking hour, and we'll be dead by then. So Lambda starts their fight with Burn Castle. Meanwhile, the Ushiromiyas have been caught with their lie by Erika, who's just sitting near there listening the whole time, and then Goda fucks up with what his lines were supposed to be.
Goda behavior.
And so I thought that was funny though, because Erika was like, what was that? Did Goda just change his position? None of you have changed your positions except Goda. That could mean one of 2 things. One, Goda is spineless and wishy-washy as fuck with his views on these things, and will just change his opinions like the wind. Or this massive conspiracy about how you're all just lying to me and Battler's not even here and all of this stuff. And I read that and I thought to myself, the first option actually sounds way more plausible. I won't lie to you. Like,
we needed an omake where she's just like, actually, I think it was just Goda. Just speak Goda.
Yeah, just Goda. Don't worry about it.
Like they managed to gaslight her a bit longer.
I mean, she did realize, hey, wait a minute, Battler's not even here. Wait a minute. I mean, she didn't know Anjay was supposed to be there, but she was just like, wait a minute, Battler's not even here. Where the fuck is this guy?
She hadn't heard Battler at all.
Yep. They had a fake Battler. They had a fake Battler. Kinzo had like a little like toy Battler that they were pretending to argue with.
Hold on, I actually have the doll Battler. Hold on, let me grab him.
Oh god.
It was so good.
There he is.
Wait, hold on, let me see.
Oh
yes, I'll put this.
He has a regular Battler.
God, there's gotta be a faster way for me to show Discord images onto OBS.
Nope.
Thank you. This is a little toy Battler.
Beating the shit out of him too.
Wait, is this the line where Goda just slips too? Hold it right there. What about those of us who do not want to fight? Goda, please. Why do you have to say it very loudly?
Why did you do that?
Very loudly. This is a Goda fumble if I've ever seen one.
So true.
So, once Erika realizes this, now it's like, all right, we're fighting, motherfuckers. This is happening now. So we have the big epic Marvel Avengers Endgame big fights going on. So, oh my god, the Lambda and Burn fight was one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen, ever. that was I'm reading that fight being like, how do they portray this in the VN? Because visually, this is what makes the scene so much cooler. So I wonder, a lot more boring, I'd imagine.
Yeah, probably.
I imagine like Ryukishi just typing, oh, and then Lambda summons a black hole, and then Birdcastle's like, no, and then Lambda's is like, ooh, and now I tried to eat this black hole. Oh, but this doesn't taste like Burn, and then Burn's like, oh, and now I try to eat you, and then
it's a lot of descriptions of like. And within Burns' poems, a universe was created full of blah 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 blah. You know,
I thought it took 2 people to make a universe.
Not for Burn.
It's not for
and
Lambda. I these 2 to find the barely well established rules. SMH, shaking my head.
When you reach their levels of toxicity, anything is possible.
Is this the fire toxicity, Andy?
Yeah.
Did I post screenshots of their fight in spoiler zone? I probably didn't. There was the Lambda Burn fight, super cool, like throwing universes at each other and shit, or like trying to suck Burn Castle into a universe or some kind of black hole thing, which appears to work for a moment, but it's just so that Lambda can try to eat it. They both tried to eat each other. I want to point out, both of them tried to eat each other.
True love.
Lambda tries to like make her into, I think, a candy, because Lambda. Burn thinks at some point that Lambda has been turned into a cookie. Lambda's thing, okay, Burn Castle was just not the thing that she ate, so she didn't really eat that. Lambda tricked Burn by making her think that was her as the cookie, but it was actually small bombs. It was the small bombs all along. Looked like it blew up like half of Burn Castle's fucking face, and that still wasn't enough apparently. So, you know.
It's never enough, okay? The power of Toxic Yuri, it's too concentrated.
True.
And then Featherine showed up. And then the fight was pretty much over. Because Featherine's here. It's game over now.
Like, this is over.
They were ready to like pretend like nothing was happening. They were like doing the meme where it's like, oh, Featherine's like, hey, how's it going, everybody? Aren't you late for the party? And they're like, yeah, we weren't doing anything. Totally weren't fighting. Yeah. Vern's just like, so, you want to tell me where they are now and maybe we'll forgive you? And Lambda's like, no, we're not doing that. So she tries to fight, and then Lambda tries to fight Featherine. Featherine is OP. She stopped time and then wrote, she has like the author power, like the author god power. So she stopped time and then just wrote, and then Lambda slammed into the wall and died, and then continued it by saying, I'm just not going to fill in the details of in between. I'll figure that out later. And then just cut to that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a fucking crazy ability. Like all this shit, I was like, holy fuck.
She hadn't written an action scene in quite a while, so
yes,
she was a little
that's
rusty,
what it was.
So
that's how it was worded. I loved that.
She just table it for a bit.
She was like, it's been a while. I'll just leave this for now. I'll come back to that. She was saying a whole speech about like, I like to start my fight scenes by writing the end result first and then going backwards from there to see like what happens in between. And then she just got like, she was like, yeah, I'll go back later. So that was a little bit. And then we continue on with Battler and Anjay still waiting for the key, and then Burn Castle shows up and is like, okay, we're continuing. But before that happens, we cut back to the Ushiromiya's big fight. We have the Ushiromiyas, we have the Sisters of Purgatory, we got Delanor, I think Will and Lion are also there. I forget if they're still there. They're still there, right?
Yeah, everybody is there.
Everybody.
The gang's all here, baby.
Smash Ultimate, yes. And this is where we get to, I spoke about this in the book club chat already. The awesome fight scenes that they got to have for each of the Ushiromiya main family members. Okay, we had, and let me see if I can find all of them because I posted all of them. Okay, we had the Kraus punch, all of which is to Erika. Erika's getting her shit rocked by the Ushiromiya family, actually, and unironically, okay? She's getting destroyed by them. The Kraus punch, holy fuck, the Kraus punch to Erika. What the fuck?
And see,
that was amazing.
In the manga, this is kind of like out of left field, but in the VN, all of these are already like foreshadowed, because in the VN we have the Kraus punch scene, where he just takes out the biggest goats in episode 4.
Right.
But
and then
here
we have
get his first punch.
So, and then we had Rosa got two things. Rosa got I didn't take a screenshot of it. Rosa, immediately after the Kraus punch, where Erika was like, "What the fuck? What just happened? How are these mere humans able to do this shit?" Rosa chucked a big ass fucking gold ingot into the side of Erika, slammed her across the place. Was fucking like out of nowhere and awesome. And Maria's just helping her like load up with guns and
Maria's
gold ingots and shit.
Again.
Yeah. And then fucking Erika talks shit about Rosa as a mother, and then it just cut to why did everything go dark? Why am I on my back? And then it's fucking Erika has a gun to her mouth and Rosa's on top of her with this terrifying face. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. But I don't know if I liked the lines that were said there. It was like, it was Erika was talking shit about how much of an abuser Rosa was as a mother. And then it just cut to her like being owned by Rosa, and Rosa just saying, "I know best how bad of a mother I was." And I'm like, well, but I don't know if that's, I don't know if we need to brag about that. I don't know if that's to brag about. But I mean, it cut to like afterwards with like Maria just being like, "Yeah, as long as the public doesn't know the true nature of our relationship with each other." And I'm like, "Small child, please, you were abused. Can we?"
Small child, please, you were abused.
Small child.
It's fine. She's given her mom a gun. It's fine. Then we had Rudolph and Kyrie synchronized shots to Erika's brain. The exact spot of Erika's brain was the specific point, and then you got this cool shot of them together, being like Rudolph's like slicking his hair back, being like, "Yeah, he gotta, you should get out of the skies, buddy. Okay, we're good shots. We practice this shit. We're Shiromias. Why not? Of course we practice this shit."
And
then of
we know you
practice
this. That's what happens.
The most American Japanese people known to man.
as Kinzo wanted it to be, and then we of course. And then, of course, we have even Kinzo gets a shot at Erika. It doesn't work, but he gets a shot. And again, I said this in the book club chat. I thought it would have been really fucking funny if the fight had ended with Kinzo just lone shot snipes Erika out of nowhere. The most, like, illogical existence of a character in this story, because he was supposed to be dead for years prior to it happening, killing the big truth detective, intellectual rapist. Okay, I thought that would have been very funny if that was the conclusion, but that couldn't happen because Erika had to win. So unfortunately, despite how badass the fight scenes looked, and I mean there was cool fight scenes from like other characters too. Those were just the main highlights for me. There was like Jessica and George got into their fights. I think they were fighting Evil Shannon and Evil Cannon at some point, and there was also Shannon and Cannon were doing their gun things too.
So
or like
each
spirits
of
things.
Both of the couples, Jessica and Cannon and George and Shannon, were basically fighting theories, the goat theories that had taken the forms of themselves, of who was the true culprit. Was it, Cannon is just an illusion. Shannon didn't actually love George, things like that. So,
George was like a gloomy loser or something like that.
Yeah, George was an incel. And he's like, yeah, I can't deny that, but...
Based. Oh, God. Okay. What else?
So
what else? There was so much this week, and it was all amazing. Okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot to also mention, the entirety of the Burn Lambda fight, they're just saying, I love you to each other the entire time. I have in my notes, here's exactly how I wrote my notes for that scene.
Undertones are not undertones.
They're not undertones. Listen. Here's what I wrote for my notes for that scene. I wrote saying they love each other, in parentheses, the most toxic Yuri, summons a black hole, they try to eat each other, and then tries they try like burn to candy, lambda into a bomb cookie. That's what I wrote. Those are my notes for that, which I thought was funny. Oh wait, I showed you guys on stream how I worded the Ushirome family fights. Let me read this out exactly for the stream, okay? I wrote, Kraus punches out Erica, Kino, in parentheses. Rosa slams thrown gold ingot into Erica, holy shit. Rosa locks the fuck in, gun barrel to Erica's mouth. Rudolph / Kyrie sinks shots to Erica's brain, question mark? And then I wrote, even Kinzo gets a shot at Erica, it's peak. That's what I wrote. Okay, I thought it was good. Okay, those fight scenes were amazing, but unfortunately they lost in the end. Erica won, and we find out that Erica won because Battler and Byrne are about to start fighting, or are about to start fighting, and then Erica comes in at some point and is like, hey, by the way, I just killed everybody, by the way. And then Byrne can say it in red too, and then Byrne says it in red, and then it's all fucked. So it's like, okay, all right, well. Anjay is very affected by it at first, and then they try to continue fighting Byrne. Byrne was looking like some kind of what did I say? Byrne was looking like a bullet hell boss with what the fuck was going on with like all the like dragon wings and shit. I didn't know what was happening.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, the Toho references are coming back now.
Yeah. The Toho. Yeah, we mentioned in the book club chat. I was looking through some of the Umineko OSTs, and one of them was what is it called? Surupetan, which was the song that Jessica covers at the school concert, which Ari has told us contains the only CG in the original game. And I recognized that song from Osu. So I was like, what the fuck? Why is this song here? And then I like posted in the chat laughing about that. And I saw in the comments somebody had written, what did they write? A lot of the YouTube comments on those were very funny. If you ever get a chance, go check out the Umineko OSTs uploaded on YouTube. Not because, and I mean, they are good, but also because the comments for some of them are like hilarious. So the Surupetan, somebody wrote, be the daughter of the representative of the head of rich and well-known family and be a student council president. Shows up to school concert with badass boyfriend, in quotes. Beats up some people with brass knuckle. Cosplays as a Toho character. Goes up on stage and sings a fan song about flat chests. Refuses to elaborate. And I think that's wonderful. There was also a few comments I saw calling Battler an idiot. I think this is on the song that everybody memes, like I think they were calling it Battler's like theme or something like that. I don't remember what it was, the song, but they were saying like, my man Ushirome Battler's playing 4D chess and he's eating the pieces. Local man doesn't understand anything actually.
So good.
Local man doesn't understand anything actually, puts on cool music to pretend he does. I've connected the dots. You didn't connect shit, Batora. I've connected them. Battler's the most convincing wrong person ever. Red-haired Phoenix Wright does the funny pointing thing.
Yeah.
Local man's incompetence ruins everything. And then this one was, to be fair, he wasn't too far off with an unknown person and with the unknown person and bomb theory. I mean,
he was getting there.
There were big bombs and the unknown person. Well, they were sort of known.
Not quite.
It was a thing. It was a thing, but the Byrne looking like the Toho like character boss thing. I didn't know if that was like directly that or not. I didn't know if that was supposed to be, but finding out about Jessica just cosplaying as a Toho character and all that, yeah, I mean, this makes sense. So at some point too, I don't remember I think this was during the Byrne Castle fight. Featherine or Byrne Castle, they had like lion-looking minions that they tried to. Yeah, they tried to have, or I think Byrne wanted them to help her fight, and Feathery was like, they're not going to, because they represent the protagonists of other stories similar to Battler, who have lost over time, so they serve me, but they will not be interfering with this. And Birdcastle's like, what the fuck, bro? Why can't I get any help from my master here? What the fuck? Feathery's literally was just like, I'm just here to watch. You guys figure it out.
Yeah. That, but also, I thought in the VN it was like that, but also Battler had Endless Nines, the like super anti-magic resistance. So
oh yes, yep, they mentioned
really
that.
Couldn't.
Yep, yeah, it was Burns like, why am I just getting Endless Nines or something like that? Why is it all Endless Nines? So Battler is killed at some point. Erica's joining in the fight too at some point.
You forgot the best frame in my opinion.
What was the best frame in your opinion?
Battler punches Burncastle.
Oh yes, you're right. You're right, because Burn's trying to talk shit about. Burn was talking shit about Lambda for a second, and all of a sudden, just like with the cross punches, Battler punch out to a flying Burncastle. Burncastle's like, how the fuck did he get up here? First of all, second of all, how the fuck did he punch me? Third of all, why did that fucking hurt? It was like a series of like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
That's the power of the Battler punch.
Because like her fight with Lambda, like it's all so fantasy that neither of them really get hurt. So Feathery's like, oh, this is your first time getting hurt in like hundreds of years. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
But also like there's a segment where Battler is chasing Burn, even though it's more like he just appears wherever she appears.
Nothing Schwarzenegger, kid.
The narration is like, no matter where Burn landed, she was just landing an inch away from Battler's fist.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
He was already predicting wherever she would be, and no matter where she fled, his fist was already there.
That's raw as hell.
That's a technique, okay? He's mastered the 4D chess.
Well, after the punch, however, after the punches, Erica comes in, says, the Golden Land's been destroyed. I brought Bito's heart here. And they destroy the heart, and everybody's devastated. They state the deaths in red, or state the destruction of the Golden Land in red. And then Battler is killed, and Andre is destroyed.
He's killed because he couldn't keep up with Burn's things.
Yeah.
She throws a bunch of different games at him that are like, here's all these classic locked room mysteries. Try to solve them. And he solves the classics pretty good, but then she's like, okay, well...
Two fantasy novels. Have fun.
You died in 1986, so what if I throw a bunch of more modern mysteries at you? And starts throwing in some things from like 1998, 1990s and stuff, and that's where Battler starts getting tripped up and finally...
And she's like, you have to solve them all instantly. If you don't solve them instantly, you're dead.
You were doing pretty good, all things considered.
That shit's just like when I tell you, like, I meme around and I go, name, oh, you like this thing? Name all of them right now.
Name every Pokemon.
Like, yeah. Name every single episode and illogical fallacy in Umineko right now, or else. Like that kind of. So, Battler dies. And it's a very depressing moment for a second, but we knew that we're still finding some way for this to not be the end. And Anjay brings him back. Somehow. She becomes the Witch of Resurrections. She gets an upgrade. She had nice art with it too. I think I put it in the chat at some point. It was very, hold on, let me see if I find it.
And
naturally, never fucking came up. Who is that?
Okay, so that... Okay.
What? Who's
who?
In
the original visual novel,
let me send the Venn diagram.
Yeah, you can send it now. There is just Anjay's sprite. She gets a child sprite, so her in the little green outfit as a child, and then she has her St. Lucia uniform, and then she has her adult 18-year-old sprite. She does not have any witch forms. But in the PS3 version, she has witch forms. Let me double check the names before I get any wrong. because like these are not in the original versions that I have read, so I just want to make sure. Because there's two different names, is what I'm trying to say.
The Venn diagram that I sent in the Anime Book Club is a Venn diagram that I have been wanting to talk about for weeks. But because of the sprite for Meta Anje's witch form, I was told to not send it. But then the coloring of that sprite didn't line up with the coloring that was provided in her Witch of Resurrection thing. So then I was confused.
Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. All right, so we got this Venn diagram here. So let's see what we got here. Wait, so this is the diagram, right? There's no other meme here?
Yeah, that's the one that that Andy's talking about.
Okay, so we have positive character arcs. So Prime means like Prime in episode 4. That's like when they were at. Okay, so Prime Battler, Lambda Delta. That was a positive arc. Okay. Episode. Okay, and then why am I blanking? Is this episode 4 Jessica? Who's this? Who's this?
Yeah, that's
in
Jessica.
the middle. Okay, and then Prime Anje and then Lion. They got positive character arcs. So this is meta. Okay, so that's positive. Then we have negative character arcs. Beatrice, George. I like how he's very tiny George. Tiny George. With Rosa and Kyrie, they get negative character arcs. Flat character arcs. Maria doesn't get a. Oh, hold on. Oh no, this is true. This is character arc. Yeah. This is character arcs, not like, because her story is sad, but it's not her. She doesn't, in terms of like changing. She doesn't really. Okay. Erica, I thought did a little bit. Well, okay, I don't know if it would be enough to say positive though. So yeah, I'd probably say it with flat as well. I'd probably say like
she had a little bit of wiggle, but it wasn't like upwards trending.
Nazi is flat. Okay, I shouldn't have said it like that, but Nazi flat character arc. Will is also flat. Will
because he was there to serve like as a purpose, but he didn't really undergo any development as a character.
Will is Will.
It was like he I feel like he was a fully
he developed into retirement. Okay, he developed into retirement. All right, this is big progress.
He developed into a cushy domestic life.
Into a
stockbroker for
he's an r/Wall Street Bets poster. Okay, don't worry about it.
Hold on.
Later.
I have something to say about that.
Yeah, well, hold on. We'll get to Will later. Will has this thing later. Okay, so in the overlap between positive and flat character arc, we have Meta Battler. What does it mean to be positive and flat? What is this? What is the implication here?
So the way that I understand it is that once he gained his meta form, he was pretty flat. Like he was the same from the beginning to the end. But he is the like best outcome of Prime Battler that there could have been. So Prime Battler was on the positive, and then Meta Battler gets to tag onto the positive arc because he's like post Prime Battler.
I was still of the mindset when we had Meta Battler at first, the Warlock Battler. I was still just like, this is just Kinzo. This is just representing Kinzo.
We'll get to that.
So okay, negative and flat. We have Burn Castle. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I guess combining them would imply like they were negative from the start and then never changed in the end, right? That's what that would imply. So they were like, negative would imply that you were good at first and then you went on negative development of things, right? Or is that what that would imply? I'm trying to understand this chart. Okay. Because flat would imply these characters didn't really change. Negative implies they changed in a bad way. Positive implies they changed it in a good way. So a mixture of positive and flat would imply they were just good from the start. and then negative implied they were bad from the start and then never changed. And then what do we have here with this other one? Negative, positive. Okay, that combination confused the fuck out of me. What does that mean? What do you mean? What do we? Okay, we have Ava and we have Meta Ange. That's Meta Ange, right? Okay. What is the overlap of positive and negative arcs mean here?
It's up to your interpretation.
Are they become better and worse at the same time?
I don't know. We didn't make this chart.
I just found it on Reddit.
All right, and then in the center we have Kinzo as negative, positive, and flat arc.
Well, okay. Well, to be fair,
I can kind of see.
I can see it.
Because you got obviously the negative because you find out about Kenzo, and then you've got the flat because you find out about Kenzo, and then you've got episode 8, which is the positive is just slight positive.
The positive, I love. He gets to have a little bit of positive because Battler was trying to gaslight Anjay into thinking everybody was like happy.
No,
I love that.
Kenzo try to justify himself.
True. All right, we're done with this chart. We were talking about this chart because of Meta Anjay, who I showed on screen. I'll show it again. This is the Witch of Resurrections form with all of its eagle aesthetic to it, with like all the feather phoenix aesthetic to it because resurrections.
I'm sure that it's supposed to be eagle, but I read it as phoenix.
Well, I would imagine it is supposed to be Phoenix, but we kept going with the Ushiromiya, the one-winged. But I was like, all right, are we just going beyond the eagle meme? Are we going to Phoenix? Or I don't know the difference between a Phoenix and an eagle specifically, but
Ryukishi was like, we've been building up this eagle symbolism the whole time. Phoenixes do not exist.
The real answer was that it was never an eagle the whole time. It was always a phoenix. We just never knew it. Never knew it.
That's what he was talking about. You fool! I had the whole time.
The whole time. So, Anjay has become the Witch of Resurrections, brings back Battler and the rest of the people from the Golden Land to continue their fights. Then they defeat Burncastle with facts and logic. Burncastle's like a beat up little cat now, and Erica's like, "No, Master, no!" Like, let me catch you, Burncastle. And then like Featherwing's like, "All right, well, you guys won. You can go now. I will. You guys can just leave. I'll even try to like write a good alternative ending thing for Lambda so she can come back too, because why not? And I will not present your the Book of the One Truth. You could all leave. You can, well, specifically, you guys can continue your game, because I want to, I'm here to record all these events. So continue with your game, please. Don't let me interrupt." And Battler's like, "All right, we were supposed to do like a little final ritual with you, Anjay. Me and Beatrice here. So here's some we're going to be presenting you with 2 metaphorical doors, and you go through one, whichever one you pick, or you could choose to go back to wherever you want. I don't know, but so the doors was Beatrice doing a magic trick, and then it was like, and we saw this trick before. I think she did this trick earlier this episode or in a previous episode where I had just assumed it. I had just assumed it was something like, because she like says, "Look at my hand, nothing in my hand," closes the hand, and we see like panels of her like moving her finger all around, like doing like poses with that hand. I had assumed the first time we saw it, the trick was sleight of hand. The candy's like sliding out of the sleeve at some point into the hand, and you just don't see it. The real answer, and it was hard to tell this from how the manga's depicting it, because I'm not seeing it in motion. But the real answer was the hand that they present the hand at the end, and she opens it, and there's a piece of candy in it, and she's like, "So was that magic or a sleight of hand?" And Anjay explains, like, I mean, the real answer was you moved around your left hand and then showed me your right hand. So like that's a simple trick, very obvious, like might work on like a 9-year-old or something like that, but I think it's still wonderful magic, Beatrice, and I accept that this is magic. So in the end, we've accepted this magic. I had assumed it was more of like like not just accepting the ignorance of it. It was more just like accepting the spirit behind what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
And so she accepts that, and then she goes off to they go through the door, and then they have to do the Fetherine was even like, oh yeah, there's supposed to be a rule with the door, like 2 people are supposed to close it, right? And they're like, oh yeah. I was like thinking to myself, like, why was it that hard of a, why was this rule established? Was this didn't become like a big integral thing? Was I stupid? Did I miss something?
It was brought up earlier that
I know I remember it was brought up earlier, but I thought it'd be more than just we need 2 people to guard it for a couple seconds while Erica's ships are driving up, and then we got to close it in the end. Because it didn't seem like it. I thought it was supposed to be like a sacrifice thing, but then that didn't matter.
I think it's more of a symbolic thing because the 2 people who do end up closing it are Battler and Ava.
Right.
The 2 true survivors.
Yes.
Spoilers.
Yes. Oh my god! What? What? Oh my god!
I mean, technically there's 3, but doesn't survive for long.
Oh well. Listen. So
we'll get to that. Okay.
I have to laugh because if I don't, I'll cry.
So despite Burncastle stating their deaths in red and being like, how can Valor be alive when I stated his death in red? They were like, that doesn't matter. I'm Anjay, the Witch of Resurrections. Fuck you. Stay owned.
I'm posting some of the console CGs.
Oh god, we're posting. So they were just like, stay owned, Burncastle. Battler's back, and you can't do anything about it, even though you said it in red.
Plus ratio.
And she was like, how the fuck is it possible? And we do actually explain how the fuck that is possible. Technically speaking, it's kind of convoluted, but it's a whole thing. So anyways, before we get to that point, we go to returning to 1998. Was that 98 or what year is Anjay from? 98. Okay.
98.
So we go back to 98. Where Anjay is on the boat about to go to Rokkenjima, which, the scene we saw towards the end of like episode 4, but when the Sumideras are there and all that, Anjay correctly figures out something that I had at least assumed during that episode, which was that Amakusa, Bungo Stray Dogs guy, is just like a hired guy that will absolutely kill Anjay or like monitor Anjay for the shady rich dude to try to get the wealth. That was like very obvious that was going to happen. It took Anjay this long to figure out, and Anjay was just like, I looked through your bag that had all the guns in it. You had like 3 guns. I'm going to talk about the guns now. So you had this rifle, you had this SMG, you also had this Tokarev pistol. What the fuck was this pistol doing here? Because normally you have a pistol, you keep that on you at all times, but you had this. Also, why is it this kind of pistol? Why is it a Tokarev? I think it's because of the it's because the Sumideras, use it, and then also, why would you? Maybe you're probably planning to kill me with it and make it look like I was killed by the Sumideras with it. So, anyways, I'm gonna shoot you now. So she pulls the gun out on Bungo Stray Dogs guy, and I'm like, holy shit, are we actually doing this?
That was wild.
Just actually kills Bungo Stray Dogs guy and the boat captain, who she's not really sure is actually helping to kill her, but she's like, well, there's only one way to make sure. There's only one way to make sure, and then kills the boat guy, and then the spirit of Erica is just like, I'm so proud of you.
The true toxic Yuri.
So off guard.
So, I was not lying when I said that Umineko is not linear. So, episodes 1 through 7 of Umineko are completely linear.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
But, episode 8... Ryukishi just decided to add in a bunch of mini games, and we saw that there was a puzzle thing at the Halloween party with young Anjay. Then there was the mystery segment where Burn challenged Battler and Bito, and at the end, we as Anjay are given the choice to either say that Bito's magic is a trick or it is magic. And that leads us to 2 different endings for Anjay, either the trick ending or the magic ending. If it is a trick, then we see Anjay going towards the Rokenjima explosion site, and she confronts Amakusa like we see, shoots him dead, and decides, you know what? I'm just gonna start a new life. You know what? Come on, Erica. And that's the ending. That's all you get.
Damn.
And then if we go to the magic ending. Yeah, you can continue. You're there.
Oh, I didn't know if you were trying to like load up some kind of image in the chat or some shit.
No.
Okay, all right. No, yeah.
No, the trick
that
ending
makes
is just what you've described.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That makes a lot of sense. That's why. Because I was wondering for a moment, I'm like, why the fuck did this scene have to happen if we just immediately go to that didn't actually happen? I was very confused about that for a moment.
Like that could have been the path that I took if I followed the vengeance philosophy.
Yeah. So
that
now
is one of the endings that you can just end on in Umineko.
Right. So now that makes a lot more sense for that to be the case. Okay. So that's that version, and then we go to instead. Anjay just wakes up from the fall, essentially. The fall, when she jumped off the building, and I'm surprised I completely forgot that these exist. I forgot that these exist in a couple other pieces of fiction too, where somebody jumps off a building. Yeah, I tend to forget that these things exist. Because usually in narratives that present somebody jumping off a building, you just assume that that's not present. But I don't know why I just assumed that with this. So she did in fact fall into a safety net. So she is alive, and I think the implication was supposed to be she had all this realizations about what she was supposed to do during that fall, and so she immediately places a call to sketchy dude sketchy dude and says hey, so I just want to give you all of it. I loved too, it was like she tried to mentally figure it out to herself. She was like, I'd rather just put all the money into like a charity of some kind, but if I do, he's gonna get mad, and other Ushiromiya like stock people are gonna get mad and try to kill me anyways. So the only way I can really do this is to just literally give everything to Shady Guy. Now, she makes it sound like, oh, you are a trusted person to Ava, Mr. Shady Guy, but in my head I'm just like,
Mr. Shady Guy.
I'm calling him Mr. Shady Guy for a reason. Like,
I know.
He's done nothing for Anjay except give her the line of, without love, you can't see it without love. And I'm just like, but he said this at a moment where he was immediately trading information to the Sumideras about Anjay being there to gain favor to both sides. So I don't know if, but I understand. Anjay's just like, all right, let me just give money to this guy. Whether or not he's a scumbag, I don't know, but this is really the only way I could do it without somebody trying to kill me and trying to make my life miserable with all this shit. I just want to be done with this shit, so I'll give all my money away. I'm gonna go off, get my own name, start my own life. We'll make up the lie that when I jumped off the building, I actually did die, and then we'll go with that. And so Anjay's whole story continues with that kind of bit, with like a time skip later on. With Bungo Stray Dogs guy, who is now her personal servant, I guess. So they drive off, but then, so that's supposed to be the epilogue for 98. But then we go into the epilogue. Oh wait, hold on. I almost forgot one critical detail about the 98 epilogue, which was going to the graves to leave some offerings. Battler's offering,
right, you're right. The most important detail.
Battler's offering, which was specifically requested by Battler, Meta Battler himself, was to leave him some boob pudding, some boob shaped pudding on his graves, So we had a funny couple panels surrounding that, which I had screen capped and put in the anime book club. I don't know if I'm allowed to show them on here, so I'm not gonna, just in case.
Yeah, maybe not.
I'm not gonna risk it. I'm not gonna risk it, but they were very funny panels of like all the people like it was like Beatrice being like Battler, if you need to squeeze something, squeeze mine or some shit, and then like was it George being like, oh, that's how disgusting, and Jessica's just like, you seriously asked Jessica was just like, you seriously asked your sister to do that? What the fuck? That's gross. And Maria was just like, you can touch mine. I'm just, Jesus Christ, why are we bringing that joke back? This is not.
God damn it.
This is not. But like, there were several Inquisitors being like, Maria, no.
Yeah, I think Gertrude or
God.
Cornelia or something.
I'm just like, but then it had like a very like sad little like Anjay's reuniting with the family at the grave kind of panel, which was very emotional. Right after Battler, we had a whole discussion about boob pudding on his grave. I was very listen, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It was very interesting. It's very interesting. Well, it's the little ways that you remember some of these scenes. Okay, the little details, like boob pudding on the graves before the emotional scenes. Okay, it's just it's what you do.
It shows that she truly understood her brother. She got to the heart of the mystery.
True. And then we go into the Meta World epilogue, which was a lot less. It was more like, let's read a letter, and this is what this person's up to, or whatever. But before that, it was like Anjay symbolically was shown to have written the Anjay. Sorry, not Anjay wrote. Featherine had written Anjay's like epilogue there that we had just seen. Or at least that's what is implied. And then we see Burncastle stitching up Lambda, stitching Lambda back up together. They're having like a Yuri stitch each other up, torture each other kind of moments or whatever, with a lot of very interesting reaction panels.
I'm upset because that in that scene she's described as Lambda's body is made out of sweets. Like, her entire internal organs are just candies. So I was like, once we get to Burn sewing up Lambda, it's going to be like candies are falling out of her. No, it's just a black void. Her arms are just a black void. It's just like, no! You could have had so much fun with that. You
want her to be like a piñata?
Yes, I do.
Well, like in the end, it's like literally just like her sprite just sitting there on the bed. It's just like, come on. This is the manga. We could have done so much more.
Well, then Erica bursts into the room. Polly, Erica in their relationship. How did you word it, Andy?
I said Polly, Erica, Lambda, Burn for the win.
Because Burn just bursts into the room. It's like, Master, I brought the.
It's very more toxic. Okay, how do we add our light to this?
We add a crazy detective into the mix. Erica bursts into the room. It's like, Master, I bought the bag of rice that you told me to buy, and Lambda's like, what the fuck? And Burn's like, okay, pour.
I can't say that.
Burns like, okay, pull out or pour out all of the bag. It's like, yes, Master. Pours it all out, and Burns like, okay, now separate each grain individually with your chopsticks. It's like, oh, okay, sure, anything for you, and then put them all back together in the bag, just like that too. Okay. Lambda's like, what the fuck? Why are you torturing her like this?
Chopsticks.
Even Lambda's like,
trained
what is
for
this
years.
What kind of kink is this?
And like Lambda's like talking shit about Erica a bit, or like Erica's like being like, you like Erica and Lambda are having like a jealousy moment against each other over Burn Castle, I guess. And then Erica's like, well, I got your arm. I'm gonna like tickle the attachment of your arm, I guess, and torture you with that or some shit.
Yeah.
And then she was like, there we go, I've actually won against me, and Burn and I have won against you, Lambda Delta, single-handedly. Like literally destroyed Lambda. You were able to defeat, I guess. So you had a little cutesy moment with all of them together, which I thought was very cute. Then you had a letter that was sent to Erica from Delanor, which went into... Oh, this completely reminds me. I have to mention it. I have to mention when Anjay shot Amakusa, she was like, I, Anjay, have been able to deduce this with only the existence of this gun.
This level of deduction is possible for Anjay.
Wait, where was the I made a... Oh, for those of you listening, I made a meme. I think it was based on something Minmod said in the chat. Of me, it's like a shitty Photoshop of me saying the line. I have it. Yeah, I have it from the pins. I have it from the pins. Hold on, I'm putting it. Is this meme? Fuck, make it smaller. What do you think? I, Wolfborg, am capable of such deductive feats. I love how I was able to get the head in there. I didn't feel like photoshopping out Erica's hair, so it's just there. So it's even though I'm wearing my hat, it's part of my... Yeah, it's part of my hat. It's fine.
Yeah. No, you got like the Jotaro haircut where like there's like the back of it is open.
I posted this to like Twitter and Blue Sky saying when my code compiles.
Me yesterday
So, okay.
filing taxes.
And this was so Erica gets the letter from Delanor updating about everybody. We got updates about Gertrude and Cornelia for some reason, I guess. I guess they...
Yeah, it's all the updates from heaven.
Sure, I just thought it was weird that we were starting with like Gertrude and Cornelia, because I only remember them as characters. I just only remember them as the characters who said "with all due respect" and then said something. That was all I remembered about them. We didn't get updates for like all the Sisters of Purgatory.
Because this was from heaven specifically by Delanor.
Purgatory.
Okay.
No,
Other characters are in Golden Land.
Sure, I understand.
Places, chap.
Yeah, sure, I understand. I mean, the epilogue said the epilogue meta world, so you know, I mean, I was just here like, one, we have Will and Delanor. We didn't start with them. We started with Gertrude and Cornelia, which is just like Gertrude specifically was promoted to Inquisitor, and has a new pet, a Wanyan, which. Just like one of the characters said, what the fuck is a Wanyan? It has been explained. What was it? They're like a reoccurring weird reference from Ryukishi of like a blob thing.
Creature thing that's kind of like his avatar.
But it's supposed to like
artists have.
But it's supposed to be like the sound a dog makes and a sound a cat makes for the name. So it's like wolf meow. Like what is...
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Obviously, it's going to give you a headache if you think about it too hard, so...
This is true. We had to, like, throw in that Gertrude specifically has a Wanyan now for reasons. Cornelia thought learning hand-to-hand combat will be best for an Inquisitor, so Cornelia did that. Will has made money in the foreign stock market and now lives off of real estate interest. What the fuck is happening with Will? What do you mean?
Ari, when are you gonna add this to your fic? We're lying.
I don't know what that means.
He's an r/Wall Street Bets bro now. What is this?
Hold on. I have an argument to make, okay?
What's your argument?
He's not the perfect version of Battler. He's the perfect version of Crush.
See? I before I did the reading for this week, okay, I wrote in the chat at some point because I had a thought. I was like, do you guys think Krause would be a crypto bro? And everyone was like, yes. And I think somebody posted. I think somebody posted a sense thing. I think it was you, Shadow, but I was told not to click it. Was this the joke that you had made, or what was the? Somebody had posted something in.
Let me see if I can find it.
I don't know. It was like Shadow made a joke in like spoiler text, and you guys told me not to open it. I didn't know what it was, and I think it was a little after that, but I don't think it was.
No, I think it might have been the one about the haircut. I said that one needs to get a haircut.
Oh, yes. Okay, all right. Okay.
I was sitting at Thanksgiving drawing Battler, like trying to figure out how I would draw his hair if I was gonna do fan art, and complaining about the fact that he needs to get a haircut. And Shadow was like, "But he did."
Yeah. So
All the things in Umineko, I don't understand. That's the one thing I do not understand.
Look,
What do you mean he made him living from real estate investment?
Look,
What does that mean?
you understand, Ari, okay? Kraus made the foundation for the moon terrorism so Will can succeed.
what the fuck?
You know I'm
Yeah.
right, that was the problem.
And then we get the little extra bit that also Leon is there for some reason.
Yeah,
They're
about
not
them
in
playing
the
badminton.
Land.
They're playing
They're
badminton.
just in heaven.
They're like, yeah, Will's also gone into badminton. I think they have a very strict coach, and is like, lion. I thought also, I was confused because
told us it was a badminton anime.
well, so I was gonna mention too. You last week or last episode, you had mentioned being like upset that they showed the little comic about Will, Lion, and Claire living together too early.
Yeah, 'cause it's spoilers for this. I think it's spoilers for this.
Well, I was
but-
surprised though because I didn't see Claire with them. I was surprised that we
Yeah, because Claire is not in the visual novel after episode 7.
okay.
That was another thing where I'm like, okay. Because that's this
'Cause-
ending, you know,
Okay.
it doesn't have her in it. It's because she's not in the visual novel ending.
Right. Okay. All right. We have understandings with all this stuff. I understand
And,
everything now.
It's all coming together.
And what?
And then Glenor.
Yeah, they're flying
Glenor, child
taxis.
abuse.
She's stuck in
being
paperwork
forced to
hell.
stamp things.
She's me
Yeah.
in like a couple of years from now, okay? You know I'm right though, it's the problem.
So, what else do we have? So, okay, so that was the updates for the meta world. And then we have a little shot of so Burn Castle and Lambda Delta are like, all right, so I'm going to go in this direction, you're going to go in the opposite direction. I wonder what game we'll find together next time. What was the line they posted? I have to find this again. For
I
the
have to
Toxic
stop and
Yuri.
listen.
Next time the
to the
birds
end.
cry or something.
I need the
Yeah.
specific like manga frame I think that I posted.
They said the
Meet
thing
again
that-
when something else cries.
Yes.
To a pair of
Gotta show
lovers,
it.
the sea of fragments is tiny. Children of paradise, the sea of fragments is pretty huge. Ghost in the shell. That's okay. The sea of fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other.
Wow.
I think they're gay.
No.
What?
I hadn't noticed.
What?
Next year, tell me Dark Vader is Luke's dad, okay?
I, Ari, am able to deduce this simply by the existence.
This level of deduction is possible for a Yuri developer.
Oh my god. So, the Toxic Yuri continues in the future when something else cries. I don't know, when Synconia cries? Is that what happens next? I don't
Higurashi
Okay.
too.
Higurashi 2? Oh my god. Okay, so
Higurashi was so good. Why didn't they make a Higurashi too?
next up, October 6th. Well, technically, a little bit before October 6th, and then October. We basically get the continuation of what the fuck happened to Battler in the One Truth. Where was Battler at the
predicted this, by
time?
way. I predicted this. I mentioned this in the chat. I'm like,
So-
Battler just kind of vanishes. What was that
Yeah.
vanish?
Yeah, because we had mentioned, like, okay, Rudolph and Kyrie, they're doing the killing, but where did they get Battler? Did Battler get away? Because I think, like, Rudolph was trying to go and convince Battler, and I was just, like, thinking to myself, like, we didn't see shit about what happened there.
Yeah, he just kind of vanishes.
That fucker either, like, told him to go or, like, just didn't find him. And so what happened with Battler was, like, he was just like, hey, Goda, you got this thing? Oh my god, you're dead. Somebody help. Oh my god, you're dead too. Oh my god, literally everybody is dead. And then
We gotta go.
And then Beatrice finds him as he's discovering everybody's dead. He has the most devastated look on his face, which I know he's been devastated before, but it's to me, it's like funny in context now, because it's like, this is like actually how Battler reacted to the situation without any meta, like all the loops fucking with him and the meta information. This is just like him discovering all this for the first time, and then he's immediately like, he's freaked out by it, but also he's just like, wait, who the fuck are you? Like looking at Beatrice after all this time, it's like, oh my god, he's saying who the fuck are you? But it's because this is the actual Battler. He doesn't know about all this shit that we the reader have gone through. He doesn't know literally everything. And Beatrice
immediately he picks up, oh, it's Shannon. Got it.
Well, yeah, because as soon as she talks, she's like, Shannon, is that you? What the fuck? Because, like, Beatrice is just like, where do I even begin to explain literally all of this? And she's like, so I told him some things. I didn't tell him everything. One of the not everything was, you know, the big bombs underneath the island that will go off at midnight. Why? So not only did she not tell him, eventually she's like sleeping on like his lap for a little bit, and then she wakes up and it's like about to become midnight. You motherfucker did not tell him soon enough. How? So that was one thing. I was like, what the fuck? Why? But okay.
This is another director's cut part.
Yeah. So, like, they had their little moment where, like, Beatrice explained everything to, well, most of everything to Battler, and was like, listen, I planned to kill you all, things ended up this way, and now I kind of regret it, ? I was a little confused, because Battler has literally said a line like, things didn't go your way, so you can't be blamed for this, but I was just thinking there, like, this is exactly her plan. She left out guns and told them about the bomb everywhere, and said that I would kill them if they didn't solve the epitaph anyways. So I feel like this was literally all according to plan. But now she's but now she's regretting it because she woke up alive? I didn't fully understand that bit. But I guess it was probably a combination of she is both alive and has found Battler like as Beatrice in this situation. She's like gotten to meet Battler as Beatrice and has gotten to like talk to him a little bit and explain.
And everyone else is dead, and it's a bunch of things.
Like, so I was just like, well, okay, now
because now she's like alive to witness the carnage at this point. So now she actually has the opportunity to feel bad about what she had done.
And I think it's also kind of a wake-up call for it, too, you know? Like, oh, wow, I didn't get to execute any of my plans, like, because, you know, she had the whole written plans and stuff, but now all of the people that she actually liked, that she, for the most part, in all of her plans, a lot of them survived to the end. Not all of them, but like, you know, in episode 1, all of them survived, but
all the kids and Nazi.
So they run out to try to, well, they're walking through the like military tunnels at first, and they have like a little moment with each other, and then they run out when they realize it's almost midnight. They take like a gold ingot with them, I guess. I want to highlight too, though, they're running because they said maybe if we get to the edge of the island we will survive, where we have like one boat that we can take off the island. I have several questions. One of them might be I've just forgotten what happened, and the other would be I still don't get some bits. Okay, so here's the first. Maybe I'm misunderstanding things. First of all, Kyrie and Rudolph fighting each other, and then what was it? They had their, well, they were doing the killings. Rudolph was killed by Ava, and then Ava fought Kyrie. But we didn't. Kyrie. Ava killed Kyrie, but then Ava survived. How did she survive? If
she went to the Kuadorian Manor because she knew about the bomb because she's the one that set it off before leaving the room, and I believe during that moment, like before things went to shit, I think Sayo told them that this has a certain blast radius, but if you get to the Kuadorian Manor, it's safe. or she had heard. I think she had just she had told them about all of that.
Seemed like a pretty fucking big blast radius.
You're a machine.
Oh my god! I'm sorry.
You are a machine turned back into human.
Stop! I'm sorry.
This is actually happening. You're a machine.
Gosh.
Nobody's saying anything. I don't know what's happening. You can just say, hey, you still know things.
Stop talking. You're a robot. You're a robot.
You sound like you're on the other end of like a walkie-talkie, but like a really bad walkie-talkie that's out of range. So it was just.
Oh my gosh.
Would do that. Reset that.
All right,
that
I'm here.
system.
I'm here. Chill. I'm here. Can everybody relax? Just to be clear, okay, just to be clear. When you're all laughing at what's happening and not telling me what's happening, I can't do anything about it. I don't know what's happening.
No, Shadow did. Shadow kept trying to tell you you're a robot.
It was Shadow saying you are a machine while you are memeing about something else, and this doesn't help me figure out it is my mic being fucked up. This doesn't tell me whether or not I am disconnecting from the call on Discord or what. I hate all of you. Okay? Listen.
Anyway.
Look, I was trying my best here, Steph, okay?
Then Ari was explaining it, and suddenly you come out with she got out of blaster radius, but we could not understand what you were saying.
All right, okay. I was saying it looked like a pretty fucking big blast radius when it happened. It looked like it took up the entire fucking island. Like the entire fucking island. This is what it looks like.
All of it except about Kuadorian.
Which I call bullshit on.
Okay. Don't accept it.
I'm just like, if this is a foolproof way to kill everybody on the island and remove all of the evidence, that seemed like a shit way to do it if you could just get to Kumadorian and you're good. I don't know.
But it's like 2 kilometers away is the thing.
But they were like... So, like, where were they when they stopped to, like, wait and then woke up and then ran out to the edge of the island? Weren't they, like, at the VIP room or some shit? Where were they?
They were in the underground military tunnels. So,
I'm just like...
in the visual novel, this scene, it just starts on October 6th, and you see Battler and Beto walking up in, like, through the underground stuff. Pretty much like right after they had ran away. And it's framed more like it looks like it's meta Battler and meta Beto because of how they talk. Because their manner of speech is much more of like akin to what you would imagine the two of them. So it kind of feels almost like at the end, you know, after Anjay has made her choice, we go back to October 6th where the two of them are freed and they try to escape together. Because you see the line of like, oh, you know, this is where our previous lives we were, and oh, that's so romantic and whatever. And well, I'm going to take you as my souvenir from the Golden Land, you know. So in
cry?
At least in the original VN, it's framed more as like meta Beto and Battler, but here in the manga, it's much more because you have the extra section of him going Shannon and her explaining everything, which is cute in its own right. But I think it's also romantic to have just the cut into October 6th of them walking up to the submarine or the speedboat, whatever. No more submarines on the island, none. The speedboat of like her, you know, this is the person I wanted to save most, and here I can finally let him go free now that he understands me. And here's a gold ingot I'm keeping. Safekeeping.
Yeah, you know, nothing special.
So the two of them finally sail off into the sunset or the daytime, whatever. And
that's it. That's where it ends.
That's where it ends.
Yeah, that's where it ends. It's a really nice narrative narration of like how nice the sea, how calm the sea feels, and how nice the sun is, and Battler feels so relaxed that he takes off his jacket, but the wind picks it up and it floats out over the sea, and he doesn't even feel like trying to get it back. They're both just so relieved that it's all over. And the two are like sitting
Damn,
back
the wind's
to
still like
back.
drip.
And, you know, she gives him a little kiss, and, you know, in the VN it feels more of like, oh, you know, the wife's giving him a little kissy. And then but in the manga it's kinda like I'm going to kiss this guy that I plan to kill and all that. The additional context is fun. If that's the word we want to use.
Yeah, for fun.
But of course that is just that is her last little trick that the Golden Witch plays on him. Because
witch's trick.
she had always decided that this was going to be her last hurrah. This was her last attempt at anything, so she was going to make good on that. And we see her at the bottom of the ocean.
Whoops.
But naturally, Battler is such a good dude that he jumps after her. And she, like, tries to, like, push him away. Because, you know, obviously she doesn't want him to drown. That was kind of the entire point of this.
Yeah.
But, of course, he comes back. And that is where that part ends. Except in the VN, it's like a 3 or 5 minute long segment of them having a quote unquote conversation at the bottom of the ocean.
3 minutes.
Yeah, with Ricordando il Passato playing, and it is a very, very sad scene. It's very good though.
Wow. Yeah.
Like, because like in the VN, it's like, oh, you know, it makes much more sense that like, and the context makes it feel much more sense of like Battler saying, "I'll carry your cross. Let's leave the Golden Land, you and me together," because it is framed more of like meta Battler and Bito. But I do kind of also like the manga version having more of the reality version of how this actually could have happened, because this is what happened. Bito, you know, because without Bito, he just would not have survived, because none of them knew about the underground tunnels and stuff. And she had prepared that submarine, I keep saying submarine, the speedboats. She had prepared the speedboats there just in case, for reasons.
Was it a yellow submarine?
In the
Shut the fuck up.
In the VN, we also don't get the extra detail that she had the gold bar tied to her ankle. I don't think it's just that she dives off of the boat with it. So, yeah.
Can you stop recommending sad shit?
See? Chap's
Not
always
only
right in
sad
the
shit. Hold on. Not only sad shit, but sad shit that has an ambiguous ending.
What do you mean? What's ambiguous? There were 3 survivors of the Rokkenjima explosion: Eva Ushinomiya, Battler Ushinomiya, and Sayo Yasuda.
What? Battler survived?
Only 2 survivors past October 6th.
I mean, I knew the moment. I will say, I knew the moment Ava, or not Ava, the moment Anjay was, like, Byrne was, like, promising Anjay, if she goes on this journey, they will find a fragment where Battler lives. I was just like, okay, so Battler's coming back in the end somehow. I don't know how we're doing it, but Battler's surviving this shit somehow. Like, I figured that all the way from then, because I'm like, okay, you're not just gonna dangle that and then have it not happen in some way, like, metaphorically or otherwise later on. I guess. I mean, I was prepared for it to potentially not happen because of Anjay going through a whole arc of, like, accepting that this happened. But then it just happened anyways. So, you know, I don't... But, okay, in terms of this scene, I I was like live posting as I was reading it too. I was like, oh, this is so cute. Battler and Beatrice having their little moments together. I posted like the kiss, and I was like, oh, the kiss is like a 2-shot of like the speedboats, where like the left side is like one end of the boat, and the right side is like just them kissing on the boats. It's like a very far away shot, and it's like very cute. There was like before they got onto the boat, it was like shots of like Battler like princess carrying Beatrice around or whatever and shit. And I'm like, oh, this is cute. And then they have this boat scene, and I'm like, I post that shot, the 2-page shot of them kissing. I'm like, oh, this is so cute. And then a couple minutes later, you see me going, oh, because it's just Battler on the boat. Beatrice is gone. For a moment, I didn't understand what had happened, and I thought, oh,
You thought she was illusion.
Yeah, like some kind of illusion, like a fake thing for a moment, and then it was like, oh, now she's sinking to the bottom of the ocean because she tied a gold ingot to her foot. For a moment, I thought to myself, are gold ingots really that heavy? But I mean, I guess so.
Probably.
I guess.
Yeah, and Shadow and I going back and forth. Shadow was like, I was about to go, does he know? And we were having an entire conversation in spoiler tags because we didn't want to say anything while you were reading
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty quick for me to figure that out. I like posted that 2-shot, and then I posted the other 2-shot, which was just Battler by himself in the boat. Wait, let me post the 2-shot of them kissing. We got to show that one. Oh my god, you guys are just yapping in here.
Puke reading these.
Look, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm willing to hear out the Kinzo possessed battler theory again. Alrighty, I'm willing to hear it out.
It's funny how that one didn't get a CG in the PS3 version. It's the CG of them with their backs together on the boat, and then with them together at the bottom of the ocean. I posted those in chat a few minutes ago. Scroll up.
Here, there's a couple cute images of them together that I took. This was Beatrice just resting on Battler's shoulder.
Baby.
We got this scene of Beatrice being like, I'm not Shannon, I'm Beatrice, and then like blushing at him. Here it is. I'm Beatrice and we have to go. The bomb's about to go off, Battler. We gotta go. What else do we have here? Oh yeah, the princess carrying Beatrice shot. Hold on, we got to show this one. Right here. And of course, he has to say a cheesy line with it. I'll just have to bring you home as a souvenir from the Golden Land. Yep.
I'm just saying, I want to hear out the Kinzo possessed battler theories again.
What else do we have here?
Making a little bit more sense now.
Here we go. Here it is. Oh, very, very cute. Battler, Beatrice kissing moment on the boat. Very, very cute.
Nothing wrong happening. That's the end of Umineko.
That's the end of
They
Umineko.
fell off. They just never caught Anjay. That's it.
Oh no, it was just a couple minutes. Like I think it was like 1 minute later. I was like, oh.
No.
Oh. It was like, oh, happy ending. Oh. Devastation. and she was.
This is a meme format right here, okay? I'm telling you.
So I don't know. So Battler went in to try to save Beatrice. Obviously Battler was always going to do that, but he wasn't able to. But he lived and like washed up or whatever. But before that, there was this shot too. We had a little like moment where they're both sinking to the bottom, and then they have like a little like meta thing again to show that like they're still playing the games to this day, metaphorically speaking. And I thought it was supposed to be like, oh, in heaven, but it's not, because Battler lived. Well, technically, we'll get into that. Technically, he lived. So, very,
I like the
very.
In one of the panels, they call back to the "You're incompetent Battler." Personal favorite. I'm glad they brought that back.
Was it this one that I'm showing?
Yeah.
Is it this one?
No, I sent it in the.
Oh, because I thought I recognized the pose from that one, the one that I'm showing now. But let me check here.
Yeah. You'd see it.
Oh, them showing that. I see. It's way more noticeable in the version you guys are reading, where they actually use red text for red truth.
Yeah, I also have the Witches Don't Reform, personal favorite.
Okay, so we had the close to the Battler Beatrice romance. It is never meant to last long, unfortunately. They finally got to be together.
They're still together in the Golden Land.
Finally got to be together. And then, yeah, devastation.
I need somebody to take the clip of me saying that I hate B Bato and put it right next to what I just said.
The duality of man.
I was like, Andy is either going to turn around or never finish Umineko ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of never
I have to
finishing
laugh
things.
because if I don't, I'll cry.
Really?
You was gonna say it, Shadow!
I don't.
Battler's like, not Battler. Shadow's just like, you guys were sad? You guys were sad? There was nothing. There was nothing.
I still don't understand.
There was nothing. I don't feel shit. All right, so so Battler survived. However, Battler survived. Featherine finds him. He is in fact the person who Featherine found that I think was last week or the week before or whatever. So Featherine found Battler, but they were having memory issues. Not only were they having memory issues, they also have some kind of neurological issue at this point, to where when he did recognize his past memories, he is not able to recognize them as his own memories. It feels like he has the memories of a stranger who he has never known within him, and he cannot, no matter how hard he tries, assimilate those memories into like his past. It doesn't feel like he's physically capable of doing it. And we find this out as the reason for why
he told this that the person that she found was Battler.
Yeah, that's fine. I had guessed that it was Shannon because of the only fact that they were able to say was like, I am 18. Huh, why do I remember that detail? And I thought it was like Shannon Cannon reading off like their script of how old they're supposed to say they are or some shit like that. But he was just like, I am 18. This is the only thing I remember. I don't know why. But speaking of his age, so we have like a little time skip to close this out for Anjay. How old is Battler supposed to be now when they meet up? He's looking like a grandpa. It's like his hair's all white and shit now.
He's become Kenzo.
Okay. One, he is like, he's...
Because what year are we in?
12 years older than Anjay?
Sure,
Anjay
I understand
is, like,
that.
Already a grown woman. So he's probably like 50, 60.
Well, because Anjay was 16. Anjay was 16 when she went to go and like change her name and shit, right?
18.
So,
no, 18.
Okay, well, 18, whatever. Well, how old would she be now? What does grown woman mean? Are we in like 30s, 20s? Like what?
I said like 30, 40.
30, 40. Okay. So Battler would be like 40, 50?
Like 60.
Because I'm just like, dude's looking like a grandpa now. He's
I told you his eating
also,
disorder got really bad.
I'm telling you, this is correct.
Also, you could interpret it as like Kenzo has white hair, so maybe that is a genetic thing where the Ushinomiya's just get gray earlier.
Also,
I feel like that's wild. Go from red. I feel like that's wild. Go from red to white hair. I feel like that's wild.
Also, the man has been stressed.
Yeah, the man is traumatized. That probably like he had a stroke. Like, dude is not being good on his body.
I was wondering if he
being good on him.
I was wondering if he had specifically like dyed his hair at some point because of his whole like identity issues that he's having now, where he's like, I have these memories of Battler, but I'm not Battler.
Yeah.
Like, because I didn't know what was going on with that. Because I'm just like,
it just made me think of how in Frozen, when Anna got hit with the snow thing, she had that streak of white. If you obviously that means that if you suffer a head injury bad enough, your whole head of hair will turn white, right? So he just hit his head really hard on the ocean floor.
Well, actually,
I see.
Like, my interpretation of the Toya stuff is that in trying to save Sayo, he like the loss of oxygen from going down that deep. Like once he did get back on shore, he had suffered brain damage from just not being deprived oxygen that long. So that was my interpretation of why this happened.
Does that change your hair too?
Yeah.
Could. I don't know.
All right.
Wanna try?
I'm not enough of a scientist to know. Whoa. I do not feel safe.
Is this a threat or a promise, Ari? Choose your words wisely.
That was
Oh my god. Okay, so yes, Battler lives, but not as Battler. So the fact that Byrne had said in red, but I said Battler died. How can he still be alive? Well, technically he died. Technically he died. He's still alive now, but technically he died both like physically for a little bit, probably, but also mentally he's not Battler anymore because he has amnesia with like extra steps.
Saying this as if like Byrne is saying it, but I'm just imagining this is Anjay's cope.
No, because this was how Anjay rationalized it. She was like, "Oh, so that's how." Because we had it like literally show the panel of her being like, "Oh yeah, Burncastle did try to say that he was dead in red, but he's here now, and I guess this was technically why." And I'm like, "This is like extra steps to do this." I don't know.
It could be boiled down to a dissociative disorder, not like disorder. Like obviously there was trauma that went into it, but like. If you think about the way that a lot of dissociative disorders work, there is like a disconnection between, you know, the version
I understand.
A, like self A and self B, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying like there's like two different levels of it. One is the whole like technically he could have physically died for a little bit, but two, he's also like dissociating from like his identity because he has like the neurological condition that makes him not ever be able to see himself as Battler anymore. Which I'm just like,
about different identities.
I think it could probably be a little bit of both. Also,
I understand.
Like DID, dissociative identity disorder, usually comes out of severe trauma like that.
Yeah,
so even if we were to not consider, like completely ignore the notion that he suffered the physical damage from almost drowning that he probably did suffer, completely shutting off that part of him that would be associated with those memories is probably something that the brain like would do. Haha, hashtag trauma. So
I was gonna say like I do I understand why Ryukishi probably wrote it like this though, because he probably did want Battler to come back through some technicality like this, but also he didn't want to do the same thing as he did with Shannon Cannon or whatever, where he's like, well, technically they just chose to assume a new identity at certain times, and then that's how that worked. Like, he didn't want to do it like that, so he just added the extra step of he is physically incapable of doing so, and so he is... I was just like, okay, all right, I understand it. We need some kind of way to be like, he's still alive, and... because I knew... Because I had said at some point from one of my meme theories, I was like, what if they all just... none of them died. They pretended to die and to get out of debts. But then why did they not go for Anjay? Is it because of like they just all have to stay away from Anjay, otherwise people recognize that they are the Ushiromiyas? What happens with that? And then this would be like one of the extensions to that theory that I had, where it was just, well, maybe somebody survived but they had amnesia, so they didn't go back for Anjay. But okay, so now we have the understanding of what happened there. But Anjay, specifically, in this time skip, because it is focused on Anjay, she's like, what we said, 30, 40-year-old woman or whatever. Her new life is as an author. Her name is Yukari Kotobuki. I think I pronounced that right. Yukari Kotobuki. Which I think one of the TL notes says that it was just moving around the kanji in her name to make, and change the readings of her name to make this, essentially. Specifically, she's an award-winning manga author. I think it was a novel series. I don't remember. Children's books about Sakutaro's Big Adventure. A series in which Sakutaro, everybody's beloved Sakutaro, is looking for the one fragment, and says lines like, "I'm gonna be king of the beasts." This is, in fact, a One Piece reference. I can't believe Anjay went on to write One Piece starring Sakutaro. This is amazing, actually.
So you're telling me is that the One Piece was the gold lane the whole time?
It was. That was the One Piece.
They needed a lot of money there, so I guess that makes sense.
So Anjay gets the...
This is a prequel to One Piece, which means One Piece become much longer, by the way.
So Anjay gets the award, and then they're like spoken to by somebody who represents Featherine, well, Hachijo, I guess, and say, oh, do you want to... They would like to have a private meeting with you, not for like business or anything. They just want to personally meet with you. You want to meet with them alone? Well, technically speaking, they write with another person, a man. You'll find out when you get there. It's no big deal. This man was, in fact, Battler. It takes them a little bit to acknowledge each other as each other, but yes, they all understand. I am Anjay, you are Battler. What the fuck is happening? What is going on? How are you still alive, and why have you not contacted me? More importantly, what the fuck is what has happened? He explains, I had my memories the last time you met with Hachijo or Featherine, whichever one you want to call them, but I did not want to speak with you because
I was scared.
Yeah, because at the time he was not sure how he wanted to deal with like the ghost of Battler taking over his body. He has like these nightmares about like one morning I will wake up and Battler will have taken over my body, and I don't like that idea and things like that, which is kind of fucking horrifying. Like, everything that happened with him is kind of horrifying, but
very much the dissociative identity disorder kind of thing.
Yeah. So they have their whole discussion. They have their like a little reunion with all that kind of stuff. I mean, Anjay's mad at first, but then he's like, I've regretted it the whole time, and they have their discussion with each other.
Yeah, understandably so. Like.
Yeah. And then they're like, oh well, let's part ways. Let's not bother seeing each other again. But he's like, no, I want to one more time. I want to go to the orphanage. I want to go to the orphanage that you run. Anjay now runs the Gospel House, I think it's called, right? The Gospel Home or something. So they go to the orphanage where they're having an October 4th Halloween party there. I need to understand, did Japan just celebrate Halloween on October 4th? Because I understand. I will say I understand why we hosted this party there for Anjay, because the whole Meta Battler held like that for me in like the game, so I will host this on this day. But like, this is also the anniversary of the death of your entire family. I don't know if you should, but also none of the kids are like weirded out by the fact that we're having Halloween at like the beginning of October. I don't understand why Ryukishi...
They don't care. They get a new party? Are you kidding?
They get more candy? I'm not complaining, brother.
I want to know too. Is there a reason why Ryukishi didn't just write the story so that it was on October like 29th and 30th or 30th and 31st or whatever? Like, what? Is there a reason why we had to have it early on October, not the end of October? What? I don't know. Like, was he trying to subvert our expectations of Halloween? I didn't like. He was like, "Oh, you didn't think there would be a Halloween theme to this."
Like, so if that was the case, I would just put like November the 1st or some shit, just to fuck with you.
It's close enough. It's like the day after Halloween, so it works. It works.
November 1st is the Mexican Day of the Dead.
Dia de los Muertos.
Oh, there you go.
All right, that's November 2nd. Fuck you.
It's still close
also
enough.
Day of the Dead, but okay.
Yeah, Dia de los Muertos, I'm pretty sure is like, is it
like a week.
3-day? Or, yeah.
I think it's closer
All
to.
right, you know what?
Because Halloween is pagan, if I remember correctly.
Wait, hold on. Just pause for a moment. Are we saying the Day of the Dead is not one day? Wait.
It's a multi-day celebration.
Yeah,
so I understand that. I understand that, and I have understood that. I'm just having the realization now, though, that we're saying Day of the Dead, but it's multiple days. I've understood these things. I'm just now noticing that weirdness.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure that Halloween, All Hallows Eve, is pagan. I wouldn't be able to tell you the source religion. And that is specifically the night from October 31st to the morning of November 1st. That's when the veil is the thinnest, so you'll be able to, interact with spirits that could be good or bad, and you want to put on a costume or a mask to be able to hide yourself from these potential tricksters, and you want to put lights in gourds as a way to light your way.
Right.
Dia de los Muertos is, as from what I remember, I thought it was a 3-day celebration that happens from October 31st to November 2nd. So there's the first day where you kind of get prepared, you get set up. There is the second day, which is like the day that the dead will be able to traverse from the land of the dead to the land of the living. And then the third day, that's kind of like a tear down, or like the general celebration of life. So realistically, if you were to be familiar or unfamiliar with those particular cultures, you could argue that if it was on November 1st or 2nd, it could still hold Halloween themes, because those motifs of respecting the dead, or at least acknowledging that those spirits are moving to the physical plane that we live on, those motifs would extend at least into November 2nd, if not further.
Okay, so you know what? Fuck you. We're not gonna take place on December 16th. So
yeah, I was gonna say just a week away. Yes, let's go. Wow, Christmas is December 16th, so we have a week. December 16th, we have a week plus a day until the 24th.
Just a week away.
It got here so fast. Can you believe it, guys? The Rokujima murders.
Bito like hitting his shoulder. Can you believe it, Butler? It's just a week away.
God damn it, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here and enjoy Christmas.
Oh, all right. Halloween party. Halloween party at the orphanage is where it leaves us, where Anjay is taking care of all the little orphans in there. They go in and they immediately, so they go in together. Immediately, a child walks up and says, "Is it true my mom's not coming back?" I'm like, what the fuck?
Jesus.
My mom died. I thought she was supposed to come back today, bro. Why is this the first question we get asked? What the fuck?
They didn't teach these kids anything about trauma dumping.
Look, it was gonna happen eventually.
I love trauma dumping.
No.
So
I'm not a fan of trauma dumping. Sorry.
But I mean, Anjay was trying to calm them down. But well, she's not coming back. But on this Day of the Dead, it's supposed to be like your connection is supposed to be closer with the spiritual world. Close your eyes. Can you hear? What do you imagine she's saying to you? What do you imagine she's thinking? Oh, she's patting my head. Oh, she's telling me to do this or whatever. So she's still there with you. It's a nice little thing to showcase that Anjay is a very caring person now at this point, taking care of all these children and is looking out for their best interests, which I had already assumed was probably the case, given that she's a famous children's book author. But now we are directly seeing it as well. So it's very nice to see it, though. It's very nice. And Battler gets wheeled into the thing. We had one shot of old Amakusa, which I posted or whatever.
That was so funny.
I stopped for a second. I was like, is that?
Yeah.
Is that him?
It's like a double take. Wait a second. Why does this side character have his haircut so specific? Wait a second.
His one role was to give wheelchair Battler some candy to give to the kids, and then he left. This is one where you didn't even get a full shot. It was a very tiny thing. Oh, I will show because now I'm seeing in the chat the white-haired Battler that you posted here, because it works too with the portrait. Because they go in and they see not just the party but also the portrait, which I thought was just going to be instant trauma or whatever from all the events for a moment. But it was
trauma for now, okay?
It was more, we contacted the artist who still had the original photograph, and so we've had it recreated here. So it has been resurrected by Anjay. Oh, did you catch that? Did you catch that? I caught it.
It was a comedy.
I caught it. And so, what does this line say? It's exactly the same as my memories. The artist hired by Ushirome Kinzo to paint the portrait had a photo, and then draw it again based on that. And with that, and all the kids running around with the Halloween party, Battler has a moment where he sees the whole family again. Bro.
And himself.
Bro. That shit. Bro. I took the screenshots of that. That shit. Bro. Bro.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I was
sad as fuck.
sobbing.
That shit. Look at this shot. Hold on. I'm going to show it on stream. This is like, oh my God.
Oh, there's an ad playing.
I thought it was funny too. I'll wait for the ad to stop playing before I take it off the screen. But it was very funny that I think there was like a line before where like Meta Battler's just like, oh, what are you doing? Just get out of the wheelchair, man. Come on, just get up. Just get up, buddy. Just get out of the wheelchair. Because I forget, is he in a wheelchair? Is he in a wheelchair because he can't walk, or because they don't trust his walking abilities after the stroke thing that he had? He had like a stroke at some point, they mentioned.
That's why.
He's,
is that why?
he's
Okay,
in
I
a
see.
wheelchair because of an undisclosed incident.
The eating disorder.
It's.
Why are you saying it like this because it's expanded in some other piece of media? Why are we saying it like this?
I don't know if it is. I kind of interpret it as in the VN as like maybe he tried to do something, maybe, or maybe it was.
He was
like,
hitting a J.
They're kind of vague about it. You know.
I see.
You know.
I see.
I think in the manga they imply that it's because of a stroke or something, but
right. Well, we have this nice. The ads are done now, so I can show it and explain it for the people who were watching ads. So we have this beautiful shot where Battler's seeing all the kids at the Halloween party in the portrait, and like sees the family back and sees them all. I had a full shot of like all the family too. Let me show the full shot. Oh wait, the Amakusa one's here too. I can show Amakusa. We gotta show all this stuff.
He's an integral character. You understand?
Amakusa.
Bungo Stray Dogs guy.
How many episodes did it take for me to finally remember his name? 8.
Well,
He's not there a whole lot.
He's there for like one. Technically you see him here and then like the back of his head in the very next panel, but that was like all he got here. That's old Amakusa, taking care of the candies, giving those to Battler. That was his like one job, to give the candies to Battler.
which is also kind of funny because it's like Anjay decides to stop being a what did he call her? Weapon
Child soldier.
Child soldier.
Yes.
Soldier.
Yep.
And also
English
this.
Sorry in Shadow.
Shut up. This part implies that he also put down his gun. With Anjay's magic ending. Because he's still here. I hope he put down his gun.
Nope. Beatrice Portlet's here. It's October 4th. It's time for some murders. Battler's here too.
Baby.
We're ready to start the loops again.
He was Beatrice the whole time. He didn't even know.
Anjay goes, I have become kind of a forger myself.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Okay, so they had a whole moment of seeing the family again. I was trying to see if I had like a photo of like the whole family or whatever, but I don't think I took one.
You understand? When you're American once, you're always American.
He's not American.
American in spirit. That's what matters.
He went to fight the French army, and then they kicked him out when he fled.
Look, the Second Amendment's a state of mind.
True. True. The American way.
The American way.
And so it's a very, very, would you say happy, bittersweet? Like, it's like, it's a very, and the very, very last shot that we get to wrap up our story, of course, it's the portrait. It's just the portrait. And it says, We shall be as one forever. I clapped. I clapped. I clapped. When this was like the last one. I did. Listen.
You too?
There was
Jesus.
a lot. Yes, it was amazing.
We have another contender for the Umineko ending. It is Brian.
So for those of you watching stream, you cannot see like a sprite for Brian right now, but we have a person, Brian, in here who we know has also been reading the manga since we've been talking in this other voice chat server that we're in about the fact we've done it. Brian, do you have any thoughts that you want to convey to us for the end of Umineko?
I'm sure he does.
It's been like 2 months, I think, since I finished it, but I do want to say that I do have feelings about the fantasy stuff that was revealed.
Okay.
The whole thing. So like,
what do you got for us?
Whenever there was like a quote unquote like fake interaction between characters, it was portrayed as like a fantasy like fight between like those characters, right? And I have mixed feelings about that portrayal because it was really confusing. And when I approached this story, right, I thought it was gonna be like a cool detective show, murder mystery, but yeah, the fantasy stuff really made it difficult to analyze. But now that I finished it, I appreciate the fantasy stuff a bit more. But even then, yeah, I think it made it difficult to appreciate the mystery side of it.
I am on the same page as you when it comes to the early episodes. When it comes to like episodes like this one, like the last episode especially, maybe not so some of the other ones. This one I was like hyped for it because at this point we've gone through all the loops of like the truths or whatever. Like we have some resolution for like what actually happened and what happens afterwards, But that part we're made clear on. Like this is not like I mean, some parts you might be like, oh, technically this might be like more of a metaphorical things that happen, but for the most part you're just assuming like, okay, so this is what actually happened with them or whatever. The fights in this part, like I had opened up this week saying, fucking amazing to the point where I don't even give a fuck if none of this actually happens or whatever, because I'm just like, this is just fucking awesome. But the early episodes, I do very much agree with you where I'm just like, and I think I literally said on those weeks too, I was just like, I just like Avatrice is throwing towers at people and or like a young Bito's throwing towers at people and shit, and I'm just like, I just want to see what the bodies look like at the end because I know this is leading to this is how somebody died.
You said it so much that Ari and I thought that you were gonna say the same thing about episode 8. Because that was
for sure that you were going to hate it because you said that so much.
Hate episode 8.
No, I think especially this week's, I thought the fights were amazing. I think one of the past ones for this week, I thought it was a little much with some of the fights. Where like I didn't think some of them needed to happen, but it was supposed to be setting up for this climactic one for this week. So I'm like okay with it now, but like some of the early ones for this episode, I was more just like, I'm trying to think because we had the Halloween party thing at the beginning of episode 8, and then in the middle of episode 8 we had like the little murder mystery thing, which was interesting, but it was overly complicatedly like repeated over and over and over again of all the details that happened in like a very fast-paced manner to where it was kind of like ruining that for me too. Yeah. So it was like
adapted from an actual like where you can actually do that yourself, but in the manga format, it's hard to do that.
Yeah, it was like a whole thing where it's like that. It was an interesting concept that didn't have enough time to cook because they had to fit all this other stuff, but they wanted to adapt that kind of thing anyways. So I'm like, I was interested that they tried it, but in execution, it was like not great with how it ended up being towards the end. And then there was like more fights for reasons. And I was like, but this week's, I was like, we've abandoned all hope of what's happening right now being tied to anything literally happening, which is good. Once I know what's happening is not being tied to some direct literal events that's happening, I'm not fixated on that the whole time because that's what was happening with the early episodes for me. For this week, it's like this is all metaphorical, fantastical of Anjay's self-discovery of like how she wants to handle dealing with the truth or non-truth of the events. So, this is I really enjoyed how the fights were portrayed, especially this week. But early episodes, I had the same exact problem as you, Brian. And also, I think you messaged me saying, sorry, I had no idea this was on stream. I got no problem with anybody. So just to be clear to anybody listening and to the podcast, if you see us in here and you have input that you want to give about something, whether you want to be with us for the whole discussion or if you just want to say like one or two things or whatever, you are more than welcome to hop in here. Just, understand if we're talking about something not to just interrupt us or whatever, like in the middle of like our sentences or whatever, but we will, take in little call-ins, if you will, if people do want to come in and say, whatever opinions they have, or if they want to stick around for the whole episode. You do not have to be like formally invited to be a permanent member of the cast. You can just join.
How do you join the voice channel? How do you get to the voice channel?
You join it by... I'm so glad you asked, Andy. You join the voice channel by going to discord.wolfborg.com or just wolfborg.com, where you can find the links to everything, all of that. You go to discord.wolfborg.com, and we have specific channels for the Anime Book Club. And you can even give yourself a little role for Anime Book Club if you want the little pings for when we do things in there. So you can go in there and you can see our discussions, and you could even get involved with our vote for the next series, which we're going to be doing starting tonight into like next week or whatever. So that's the whole thing. But yes, Brian, just to let you know, yeah, you are perfectly welcome to come in here whenever. This goes to everybody. So the only thing is just I need people to know ahead of time that we are in fact live for their own reasons. So like if somebody comes in here and just starts saying stuff that's like doxing themselves or whatever, I don't want them like doing any of that kind of stuff. So like I got no problem with you being in here. My whole thing is just I want you to be aware that we are in fact live, so that you don't say anything you don't want the world to hear. So okay.
Okay, to expand on what you just said prior to that.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I generally agree with what you said. Like the fights in episode 8, like were very entertaining. It's just that I wish I was in on that in the earlier chapters. Like from 1 through 4, it felt like it was an inside joke that I didn't get, and the author was laughing to himself about it.
Yeah, that would be a very Ryukashi thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, and then now, from 5 to 8, I get the pattern and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is cool, I guess. But now to like fully appreciate it, I have to reread the entire series from scratch. Like, this is taking another 2 weeks plus. But yeah,
like us, 6 months.
yeah, exactly. But no, yeah, it is a cool concept. But again, it is difficult to execute, as Wolf said. So. Yeah, I think I appreciate the attempt at it, but I just hoped. I think it could have been done better.
That's right. What would you? You go first. You go first.
I was gonna say that there were definitely, obviously Ari has pointed out a lot of weak points. I think if I had time, I would definitely want to play the visual novel, because that was how it was originally made. So that was how it was originally intended to be consumed as.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
I've thought about that too, but it's interesting. I don't regret reading the manga. I sort of regret having not read the visual novel first in some way. It's kind of annoying because it's a mystery series, so if I had read the VN first, I would know all the like twists and I'd just be paying attention to that the whole time while reading the manga, which would be annoying. But on the other hand, reading the manga and then going to the VN, it will influence how I am visually perceiving all of these events, because I'll just remember seeing them in the manga, instead of like
so you just have
when
to
you're
play the console version.
Oh damn! Okay, true.
It is definitely like on another reread, because obviously this was my reread of it. There is a lot to be gained in rereading it, because then you see there's so many small things, there's so many big things. Like just episode 1 alone, like if you think about the parts of the case, just how risky a first game that was.
That's kind of what I wanted to add on when Brian was like, oh, like it would take another 2 weeks, which is valid and probably why I won't end up taking the time to reread it unless we do like the visual novel as like a group thing or something, or like chat streams it or something. But I think that this, or honestly, this goes for any mystery, there is a lot of inherent value in going back and rereading it. And I think that it would be a valuable experience
And that was the point of episode 7. Because that was because Burn and Featherine are talking about first you love it and then you rip out its guts, which is directly a allegory, however you want to call it, of when you enjoy a story, first you enjoy it, and then on the second read through, you know what's going to happen. You know who the culprit is, you know how everything gets solved. So you're able to take out the guts, the center of the story, because you know what's going to happen at that point. Like, you know who the culprit is. So now you can actually see all of the details, all the mechanisms of how it was done. He was 5 steps ahead of you.
I think that I've been having a crisis as I've been finishing this, in that, like, when you finish a good piece of media, you want to make something that is as good as it, you know? And the subsequent imposter syndrome that comes with that, especially as I'm trying to go through an animation degree. And then, so literally, like, my entire degree is based around fucking visual storytelling. And then I spend every single week reading these manga, and especially, obviously, Umineko, that has all of these different layers, and I'm taking that narrative studies class as well. And it's like, oh, haha, why did I try? But that's a whole other issue that I've been dealing with as we've been finishing this, because of how good of a writer Ryukishi is.
Brian, how would you fix Umineko in your eyes? Because you said you would like it if you thought it could have been done better. What would you have wanted them to have done better?
Oh, jeez. Oh my god.
I think I asked this of you too at some point.
Yeah, I forgot my answer, but my answer back then would have been more detailed. But I think, well, from my perspective, right, I'm sure I said this before, but I kind of approach this like a normal mystery novel, right? Like Conan or something.
Yep.
And I was expecting, there to be like the archetypes to pop up like that, but it wasn't. I think I really hate saying this, but I think reducing the fantasy fluff would help, at least for the first 4 episodes. But this is kind of contradictory to what I just said a second ago about like how I appreciate the fantasy fluff in retrospect. So yeah. But I mean, to answer, I guess it's not really answer to your question. I don't really have a straight answer at the moment.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
See, I think the kind of tropey parts would be a bit harder, just because, like, this isn't styled as a modern mystery. It's very much steeped in, like, Agatha Christie levels of mysteries, that older type of mystery. I've been reading a lot of them the past couple of months since I finished my read through, and a lot of them are, I mean, some of them do have tropes, but then others are much more, like, simple. I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's just more of, like, it's his point of view of writing. It was more of, like, the older kind of mystery novels.
I also feel like, and this isn't, I'm not saying this to try and discredit anybody that thinks that there may have been things that could have been improved. I also think that it's hard to find points of improvement after you've been with something for so long. Like, I think that what Brian was saying kind of goes into that, where, like, you could say, like, yeah, when I was first reading it, last week or however, for us it was like, what, 4 fucking months ago. Like, the first times that we were going through those first 4 episodes, it's like, okay, I would have changed this and this and this. But then when you get to the end and you look back at it retrospectively, number one, you now understand or have a better understanding of what the author was trying to get at. So now at the end, you don't necessarily think that there should have been changes made, because you see it as a whole thing. But I think with Umineko in particular, and honestly any other long form media, it's Supernatural, you can get to the end of it and be like, where did this start? Where did we start?
Okay,
what's going on?
That's a completely different roadmap.
I would I'm like thinking about it as a long form media, not necessarily like that was just the example that came to my head.
Imagine
as something that
it was a CW show.
God help us.
But it's like you get to the end of it and it's like, yeah, again, like even Brian was saying, like I might have had the thoughts about it back when I was first reading it, but now that I'm here, it's like, do I even remember what I was thinking when I was first reading it? Like, you know.
Right. There is something to be said, I think, too, with with longer pieces of media that has some kind of plan, but also when what was I trying to say? When you have something that is not really released all in a row for each of its like installation, like chapters or episodes or whatever, because this was like what, every couple years or like once a year an episode came out.
Like 8 years.
Which
like 2 a year.
2 a year? Okay.
It was every Comic-Con, so it would be a bigger thing. Like every Comic-Con, 6 months, he would have. Okay, I need to finish a deadline. Just like Enzo.
Could you imagine writing 100,000 words and then scripting all of it
every 6 months? That's crazy.
I have been in scripting hell for the past 2 months to script 50,000 words in my VN, which is a third of it. I could not imagine scripting my entire 140K visual novel and do all the art and all of the writing in 6 months. I would die.
And
you just gotta.
It was right after Higurashi too. He was like running right out.
He was
crazy.
Wow.
Now this is real quick. This is Minmod who has joined us here because. Welcome. Yes. Yep.
I caught the Umineko bug in July or something, summer when I finished. So now I can't stop thinking about it. I am completely possessed by Umineko.
And that's why I have subjected everyone else to it.
They're the same. They're the same.
This is how the virus spreads.
Like I said, there was
like
something happening at around that time too. There was something happening because we started reading it, and then everybody else was starting to talk about it. And then I think they talked about Umineko Gold as well at the time.
There had to have
golden
been a
butterfly.
It was the Hinabizawa.
Because I went back to listen to the first episode, and it immediately opened with Ari going, they're kind of maybe teasing them trying to bring back the English dubbing for it. So I think Ari like had just come from reading a news article or something, going into the first episode of reading this about some kind of panel updates or whatever.
I think that was at AX. Yeah, because AX is June, July-ish.
So what you telling me is that after done, like a couple months, we're getting Umineko Gold, is what you're telling me.
Maybe.
No.
Well, the Kickstarter was supposed to happen in December.
Is that like medical?
Well, if you are listening and are interested in learning about the brief history of Umineko Gold and what it is and all that, you can go on to Jutaku Network. We have an article written by Red Bard, aka Kennedy, who wrote all about that. So you can check out a little bit about that there. But yes, so
these seamless plugs are insane.
Right?
So
that's crazy.
Listen, it's just what I do. All right, listen, Minmod, you're here. What thoughts do you have to bring for us?
I'm just observing, listening. You know?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you.
You're not an observer anymore. You're on the stage.
Yeah. We're in the tea party. We're in the tea party right now.
True.
This has actually been interesting because this is basically like me experiencing the manga for the first time. Basically, I've read like some of the extra chapters and skimmed through some parts. It's like, oh, how did they do this scene? How did they do this scene? But I never really like. I'm not gonna like reread the whole thing. So it's been a cool like experience, re-experiencing Umineko through your reading. It's very cool. So I'm experiencing it again, you know.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride these past 5 months, going through all the episodes. Some were longer episodes than others. Some we had like a roller coaster of emotions at different times. Andy was just like, I fucking hate Shannon. I hate Bio
That
Beto.
was so funny. That was so good that she flipped immediately. Like,
I'm a hater at heart. Okay, you know what? I see something new and I hated it first. I just gotta get time. I have time
I
to
hate
get
it, but I love it. I hate it, but I love it.
I think that's I said this a little in the Discord, but it's like I think that a big reason why I'm now really enjoying my experience with Umineko, one is because the way that I engage with media is through the fandom, and I couldn't do that with Umineko. Like with like South Park
look
or
the
like
fan art. I was like, oh fuck. like
like with South Park or like
oh, you don't want South Park spoiled for you.
there was another one that I was doing it with for a while. Oh, like Homestuck. Like the way that I engage with that media is through the fandom and not necessarily the media itself. Well,
yeah, it's certainly not reading it.
But with something, why am I even here? I don't want me here.
Come on. I haven't mean yet.
And with
you don't get to cry about this when you bullied me at the beginning. Okay, you don't get to do this.
Okay, me uncontrollably laughing about something is not bullying you. Okay,
Are you all right? I don't even know where to be. I don't even know where to begin with this. I don't even know where to begin.
You're the whole.
It's not bullying. It's not bullying if it's to chap. That's what we're getting here. Okay, that's what we're getting. I understand.
Yep.
And with, sorry, you have to go back to the stream and listen to what your mic sounded like because
I understand that. Don't worry about that. I understand that. Don't worry about that. Just keep going. Keep going.
And so with Umineko, I couldn't really do that. And now that I've gotten to the end, number one, I can. So I can finally start engaging with Umineko in the way that I like to engage with media, which is through like the fan art and the fan fiction and stuff like that.
Doing forgeries.
But
Yeah.
also but also like the immense sense of relief and closure that I have knowing that I don't have to read Umineko anymore.
And then you're just like, oh, maybe I should read the VN.
I don't know what maybe it was just the fact that it was going on for so long, or like I
It
feel
only
like
went on for half a year.
I feel like some of it is because it was then compounded with the semester. You get 10 weeks into this semester of college, and by the even the 8-week mark, you're like, okay, I'm so sick of this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I had that on top of the fact that I had already been reading Umineko for basically the duration of 2 semesters. So you get to a point where you're like, I'm so sick of this shit. And about the time that we discovered Saya's identity was about where I was psychologically at that point. So I've come to terms with the fact that Umineko is over. I finally have a chance to be able to get a bird's eye view on it.
Okay. Flip over the chessboard.
I'm finally able to enjoy it for what it is. And the experience that I had, because I'm not stuck in the trenches as I'm trying to consume this.
The Rokajima trenches.
The military tunnels.
The military tunnels, the Rokajima tunnels.
Umineko. I look at a war thing. That's Umineko. I go to the beach section.
I hear something crying. That's Umineko.
That's right.
I'm playing Luigi's Mansion. Oh my god, it's a mansion. It's just like Umineko. Oh my god.
We're playing like several gold bars.
Oh my god.
I feel like it's that meme of like person who's only read Umineko, but it's more like person who's been reading nothing but Umineko for 5 months.
Yep.
Oh, now that you've read it, that is you. Like you are going to do that. You're gonna be like, this is just like Umineko.
Forever.
And I'm still gonna do it with Homestuck, and I'll still be correct, even though I haven't read Homestuck.
It took me like a full year. The first 3 episodes were like a little, like, I was getting into it. Once I had the 4th episode, I took like 3 months or so to finish the whole thing. So I was binging it after that. I was so addicted to it after.
Once we
like having to get to episode 700 of One Piece to be able to be into One Piece.
Chapters,
The first like 4 episodes, because I was trying to think about this when I was doing my what was it, the episode tier list, which I posted then. We could share our thoughts about what our favorite episodes were or whatever. I had remembered the events of some of the episodes. And I sat down afterwards and I thought to myself, you know, after episode 4, things get wildly different every single episode. I think for like the first, so the first episode, the first episode is presented to us like almost like a normal mystery of things to happen, like the setup of like these things, and then the afterword of that is just, oh yeah, also there's a witch here and we're going to be looping through this. So then we add the fantastical element in afterwards with the sprinkle of murder mystery stuff, and then the red truth is introduced and all that. And then for like 2, 3, and 4, we're like basically looping through the mysteries and then adding little hints towards things, and then the fantastical elements. The 4th one's adding in Anjay, so we're getting a look at like the future events and things like that. But after that, it's like we go off the rails. Episode 5, Erica is fucking there, and now everything's Erica and Delanor are there, and they're doing thing like, and Beatrice is like comatose or whatever. Byrne and Lambda are the ones playing it, so it's just going all off the rails. Episode 6, Battler's the game master now, and Erica is like facing against him, and like Erica's like literally killing people that are not supposed to be dead to try to win and shit like that. Then there's like a whole like marriage thing, like Erica's trying to like marry Battler as he's like locked in a closet that Canon has to take him out of. Like,
stuff.
and then like episode 7, it's like, okay, now here's Will and Lion, who are just gonna like try to solve the mystery.
2 brand new characters.
Yeah, who are just gonna try to like piece together all this other stuff.
Every single episode, new characters.
Yeah, and then episode 8 is like a Halloween party that Anjay was not there for.
Party of some kind.
And then like the awesome like climactic fights and the journey for the one truth and like all the events afterwards, like drastically different. Like I would say the first 4 episodes are to set you up for the mystery, and then like the rest of it is just like you don't even know what the fuck is gonna happen anymore.
Wow,
you don't even understand where you are anymore.
2 arcs, the question search and the answer.
No, why are you laughing at me? Like that's not exactly what I just said. Why are you? I'm literally saying, okay, you. I feel like I say things, and you don't literally care about anything I said except to bully me. No, what did I just? I want to hear from you. No. I want to hear from you, Andy. What do you think I just said? What do you think I just said? Do you think I said? Do you think I said? The first part's different from the second part, or did I literally say the first 4 episodes are all very similar to each other, and then the rest are drastically different from each other? What did I say? Which one did I say? Which one do you think I said? I want to know, and I want to know from all of you who laughed too, what you think I said.
Maybe you could say like, the first 4 are like much more rooted in reality, so it's a lot more like static. So then when
the very first episode was definitely rooted more, yeah. And like, I mean. No. I don't want to hear from you, Andy. No. The point I was I don't anymore. Listen, the point I was trying to get at is that the first 4 episodes, very similar to one another in certain ways, and then the rest of the 4 episodes are like drastically different each and every single time. This was the point I was getting at. You literally said, "Oh, it's almost like this part." That is literally what I said, and that's literally what I've been saying. And you. No, hold on, because Andy wants to fight on this. What is it, Andy? What do you have to say? What do you have to say, Andy? Mister, I get bullied all the time. Why you guys always bully me? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
I see your truth now.
You said.
I want to hear it. No, yeah.
Like I'm.
No, go on.
We can fight next week in Golden Fantasia.
You know what? I'm taking my headphones off so that I can talk without being able to hear you guys. You said that it felt like I can mute them. 4 episodes were setting up for the next 4 episodes. That is what you had said, or something along those lines. Okay, all you had said.
That's
was
like
something
literally
that
one part of like an entire
generally
paragraph that I
hinted at
said,
the
but
idea
okay.
that the first 4 episodes were the exposition for the last 4 episodes, and I was making the punchline that's why they're separated into the questions and the answers arc, is because the
Literally
first 4
ignored
episodes
every
is the setup,
single
and the
other
second
thing that
4
I said.
episodes is the
Literally
resolution.
ignored every single other thing that I said.
Same way. I'm really
Literally
I'm feeling
ignored.
the same joke.
Literally ignored every single other thing I said. Literally everything I said. Pulled one line out of it. Said, "Oh, well, what? Oh, he finally realized it." Listen, I just want to say, I just want to stop everything and say, every single time you cry about being bullied in here, every single time, it means nothing to me anymore. Okay, I don't care. 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 You literally ignored everything I said. Every single thing I just said to be like, well, that was a fucking stupid observation that you should have had ages ago. Okay, that's what that was. That's what that was. That's what that was. That's what that was. Okay.
What's your favorite character now that we're finished?
I don't know. Erica. I'll say Erica.
Screw you. Shadow, what's your favorite character?
You're wrong.
What the? See, again.
Shadow, who's your favorite character?
Hold on, you guys see it slow fucking down. 10 people were talking at once here.
I said, who is your favorite character, Shadow?
Do you want the honest answer or you want me bullshitting you?
The honest answer!
Do I lie to him, Chip?
Oh my gosh. Okay, Brian, who's your favorite character?
Yeah, it's gotta be Will. I mean, it's a very it's a basic answer, but man, it's the most
never forget the heart. Never forget the
Everyone
heart.
is so unhinged. Will is like just some normal dude with good morals.
He's
and shit.
just a guy.
Exactly. Just like me, for real.
Andy, who's your favorite character?
Eleanor.
Yeah.
I also agree on this.
I like that.
Is that your answer?
Yes, that's my answer.
I
Is it because Eleanor's an accountant now?
Favorite.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
You
Ari?
gotta account for all the different possibilities, Chip.
Ari?
I mean, you already know mine. It's Leon.
Yeah.
Minmod?
But I mean, the obvious answer is Erica.
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna slightly adjust mine. I was gonna say, because like off the top of my head I said Erica. I think realistically it's probably more Battler, but like I like Erica as like a crazy character to throw in. I like those two would be like my tops, I think, but if I had to pick one, it would probably more so be Battler, maybe, just because he's a funny guy.
Like up there. If Delaware didn't exist, it would be Battler, but I love Delaware.
Erica like, just crossed the line for me. Like normally, there's a lot of unhinged characters in this story, right? They do like psychopathic stuff. Erica crossed the line when she like literally killed like the people like acting like they did. I was like, holy fuck. Okay, what is going on here?
Great.
That was so funny. Oh my god. Oh, your family's alive? No, they're not.
You want to check that?
I'll become the
check again.
Battler can be the detective and not the culprit, but I can be the culprit. Asshole.
That was a whole like, oh, you could have won this game ages ago, Battler. If you just start killing people, if you start killing people, you become the culprit. You can prove it was not Beatrice that did it. That's the answer. Just do that. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. So
Battler, born to be the villain, forced to be the protagonist.
We've established favorite characters. What about favorite episodes? What do we have for favorite episodes here?
Do we get like a top 3 or something?
All right, so I will say right now, if your answer is 8, I want you to pick something else. I feel like saying my answer is 8, but I also feel like I'm probably heavily biased because we literally just read it and it was like amazing. So if your favorite answer is 8, also pick something else. That's what I would say. So if you liked 8, you could say that, but also pick something else. So pick one of the episodes. So if you don't remember what the episodes are, we could try to go over some of them. But I do have summaries written for like some general things to try to give you the idea of them. So what does anybody know immediately what their favorite episodes are?
Yes.
Yes.
So I don't remember the number, but I remember that there was one episode where a very traditional murder mystery was presented and a solution was given. It was a very basic, like, here's this murder mystery and here's a solution and here are the.
Oh, that was
Purple Tide?
Oh, are you talking about the little mini murder mystery that Burn Castle presents?
I think so.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
So that's episode 8. Yeah.
No, it's 7. Is that? Wait,
Oh,
No, that's
8.
No, that's 8. That's 8. That was after the Halloween party. So pick something else as well.
All right, I'll pick something up again.
Okay, Minmod?
It would be probably 6.
Okay.
4 and 7 are runner-ups, but they're different. 6 has like everything I like about Umineko all packaged together, and it's like a super huge climax. It is like fantastic.
6 is like when Battler's the game master, right? And Erica's trying to play against him.
Nazarene, you have the love demons, you have the love child, you have all the action stuff, you have all the Erica really being crazy. Like Erica in 5 is okay, but Erica in 6 is like where she's really everything is up to 11 and 6. I love it. And then 7 you have the fall. Oh, it's so good. So those are great. 4 is when I really loved Umineko, when I really fell in love with it. So, but 6 kind of just amps that up even more. So
yeah.
Shadow?
6.
Yeah.
Also 6. Okay.
6, bro.
Hell yeah, Andy.
Please don't make me answer.
Do you not
know? I'm looking for the screenshot that I don't want to say episode 5 because I fucking hated Erica. Okay, Erica and Avatris were the bane of my existence until Avatris redeemed herself. But episode 5 had the shot where Erica, after Battler was the one that solved the epitaph, quote unquote, and Erica goes, "Is your family always arguing like this?" And it's that scene of just Battler looking like utterly fucking devastated. And it's like it's such a small part, and it's not like he's not like as devastated. Sorry, I'm still joking. He doesn't look like as devastated as he does in that scene where he realizes, but it's like he looks so subtly sad. And I feel like that I wish that it had been capitalized on a little more, but I think that for the sake of what I like out of Umineko, which would be the fan content, episode 5 would have to be my favorite.
Okay.
If it can't be episode 8.
It was really difficult for me to really get 5 for a while. It was like actually one of my least favorite for a little bit, just because it's like I didn't really get it. Like, what is the actual like premise? What is Battler doing? How did he solve it? And then it took me a while after reading it. Once I figured it out, it actually is really. It's very depressing. It's very, it's pretty compelling.
It's because so much
I think I get it now.
I think that that's probably, if I had to change one thing about Umineko, sorry, backtracking like 20 minutes. If I had to change one thing, it would be, I wish that they had capitalized a little more on, or at least expanded a little more on how much Battler actually hated the family. Because I think that would have been a really interesting parallel to draw between Battler and Sayo in particular, or Sayo as Beatrice, is just like, because we get the same thing over and over again, that like he hates Rudolph, right? But one of the big motifs of the story, I'm so sorry that I'm rambling when it was literally just like, what's your favorite episode?
You're fine.
Go ahead.
One of the really big motifs that they kind of talked about later was the idea that like literally being part of this family sucks. Like Anjay says it, and like all of them say it, as I think partially in like the apology with Anjay, but a lot in episode 6 and 7. And I think that absolutely could have been expounded upon so much more if we had gotten to see a little bit of Battler's perspective and all of that. And I feel like episode 5 with him solving the epitaph, it was like just barely like teasing me with the idea that we finally could have gotten a little bit of like what Battler was really thinking when he was trying to deal with the turmoil of having to come back to the Ushiromiyas, and then I never got it. So that's one thing that I might have liked more, was to see a little bit more of Battler's anguish, not just in the situation that he's in, but in the situation of having to come back to the family as a whole.
So the darkness hiding within this fun Halloween celebrating family. Are you saying
Happy
the Golden Land isn't
Halloween!
real? Are you saying episode 8
What?
isn't real?
What?
What? They're a
No, the
happy
Golden Land, the One Piece. What are
family.
you talking about?
And every single time that I go to look for a fic that actually talks about that ink, it's just smut. Every
You know what?
single fucking time.
Golden Fantasia has a whole arc with Shannon and Black Battler teaming up and stuff.
Wait.
Oh my God.
They don't know about that.
I do.
Well, somebody
kind of.
mentioned it. Somebody mentioned it in here earlier.
Shadow did. I had to look into it a little.
No, I mean
bit
earlier in
when
the
I was working on my
VC
fic.
tonight.
Oh.
I only pull random clips of it, so I'm...
Also, hold on, real quick, because you guys were memeing in the server chat at some point. I didn't fully pay attention to it. Why are we talking about Battler doing drugs? Battler does drugs? Wait, what's happening?
Yeah, in the very first few minutes of the VN, he says, "Yeah, by the way, I ordered a bunch of muscle strengthener and like steroids, basically,
What the
online,
fuck?
from the online website, and I grew to like 6 feet. Woo!"
Oh my God.
Even like shotgun blast you immediately with that, and then the very long name discourse that culminates in him going, "I should kill Rudolph," and whatever government worker allowed him to name me Battler. That's like the first 20 minutes of Umineko.
Those are some things I tied into my Candied Ghosts fic. Was the fact that Battler hates his name and Battler does drugs.
How do you understand, Chef? Okay, Battler's taller than me.
Shadow, you're 5'10". You're like average height.
Bro, I'm 6'2". Wait. Wait, what is this? You're like, Shadow's like, I'm the true standard.
Shadow used to think that he was shorter than me, by the way, and I'm 5'3".
What? Damn.
I swear to God, you said 5'5".
No, I'm like 5'3" and a quarter.
We need to bring out the book club heights. Is this a part of the lore that we have to establish now? We have to make. I have to morph the sprites to be accurate heights. Ari's gonna be really. Ari's not gonna be on the screen. Yeah.
We already did this once, where I wasn't even.
Yeah, we did this bit.
Ari, what's your favorite episode?
I don't know. I really love 6. I just love all the drama culminating, and then you've got. Well, I like how many forms of drama there is in 6, because you've got the drama with Beto trying to get back her memories. You've got the drama of Battler that now realizes he's in love with Beto, but Beto's not herself. You've got the Erica and Byrne and Lambda teaming up together. And then you've got like the 1998 drama that's mixed in, because now we've got Anjay back in the mix, but she's not really back in the mix, but she is. It's just got a lot of different things that have really just compounded on one another, building up from previous episodes. So I really like that. I really like episode 6. I used to, when we were talking about it months ago, episode 3 was like my least favorite as a kid, but now I've like really grown to appreciate it. Just because kind of the inner turmoil of Ava, whereas like as a kid you don't see that, you don't understand why she is so torn up about George and Hideyoshi, but like as an adult you can see like, oh, her dreams have shifted. That's okay that her dreams have changed, that it's not because she's a woman, but it's because she's an adult. And seeing that turmoil of Ava as an adult made me appreciate episode 3 more. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but I definitely appreciate it a lot more now.
Yeah,
I would actually say. Oh, I'm sorry. You go.
No, you go.
I would actually say episode 3 was probably my least favorite. I did like Ava and what was going with her, but looking back at now, I didn't give a fuck about Avatrice. Honestly, I don't think I ever cared for Avatrice
in that episode.
Yeah.
Like in episode 8, you can definitely like her, but in episode 3, she's a lot harder to like.
Which I think I imagine was intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It shows up in 4 too.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I liked I liked each episode more than the next for the questions. It was like, oh, this is really good. Oh, this is really good. And number 3, like I loved the Eva stuff so much because she looks like Beatrice. She looks like she's gonna be the culprit, and she's obviously like kind of really bitchy and stuff. It's like, okay, is this really the big reveal? And I've heard like random spoilers, like people capitalizing Eva. It's like, oh, is that Beatrice then? It's like I didn't really understand how it all worked. But then like that Hideyoshi magic hand scene was just like so good. Like
yeah, that's true.
Made me really get it. Like, oh, this is what. Yeah. There's something going on. Like,
Hideyoshi.
I feel that too. What are your childhood dreams? What did you think when you're like 5 or 10? It's like, oh, I want to grow up to be whatever. And it's like, well, what am I doing now? Like, am I really like? I kind of enjoy my life, but maybe some bubbling
maybe
up old
some murder.
Maybe Yoshi can do no wrong.
Yeah.
True.
Other than whatever he did.
No, didn't happen.
Other than a little bit of murder that happened. It's fine.
An accident.
And I think like Eva's whole like difficulty, like, oh, should she go indulge in her childhood like brutal fantasies or like be an adult? It's just like again Shannon deciding or Sayo deciding, should I go as George or should I try to be a crazy witch lady and like kill people? It's the exact same kind of thing. So you can like learn so much just from the rest of the family, you just put them all together. It's so good. So I really like that. I think then 4 went even better with all the Rosa Maria stuff and Aang at the school. It's so good. Anyways, I'm discussing now.
So that was one thing I wanted to say about Avatrice. I was like, I don't really give a shit. So that's why like episode 3 is probably like the one I didn't like the most because of that. Close contender was episode 7 though, where there are parts of it that I liked, like the Will Lion stuff. The epitaph solution though, I'm still mad about that shit. That shit pissed me the fuck off.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like Jesus.
Like I'm obviously Leon's my favorite, and I love Will Lion, but like episode 7 is just not my favorite because it's so much flashbacks. It's so much of them just like I guess just like sitting in a room listening to somebody give their entire life story, and then they do that on repeat for the entire episode.
Yep.
So it's like I like them, but also the episode. It's probably the best way it could have been displayed, but also it takes a while to get through.
Because when I think of moments that I really enjoyed the most with Umineko, I think of like the Halloween party. I think of the awesome fights in episode 8. I think of Erica like scaling the fucking walls to put tape on everything.
Oh man,
I think of fucking Rosa fighting the goats and Maria just handing her the guns to continue fighting them and shit. I think of when Kinzo showed up and said, I am taking over, you fucking children, you don't inherit shit, maybe your grandchildren, haha. Like, he just starts killing them all. All of Krause's backstory was amazing, where like he gets these like cute little moments between him and Natsuhi mixed in with him being like, moon tourism, come on guys, come on.
The most incompetent person ever, yeah.
All the Battler Beatrice like logical debates, especially with the line of him Beatrice saying you are incompetent, like those were all super interesting. Less so interesting once we introduced the Blue Truth. I'm gonna be honest, the Blue Truth kind of just made things a little annoying to try to keep track of that, when in the end the Blue Truths didn't really amount to too much in my view. But I understand their purpose. I just felt like we didn't really need much more beyond the Red Truth, and then later on the Gold Truth or whatever. Like those were. We also had Purple Truth for like that little mini game. I did enjoy the idea of that little the little mini game, but
it was fun.
I just think that it would have been a lot better if it had more time to expand its stuff more. It didn't have to rush as much, and then also didn't have to repeat like the details 50 fucking times. Because when you strip out everything about like the narrative stuff of it and say this event happens, this event happens, this event happens, it like makes it like, I mean, I understand why it was presented like this again. It's because like it's a little miniature thing, and it's like not presented as like a full presented thing and or whatever. It's its own self-contained thing, but it just kind of like deflated a lot of the point of what makes some of those interesting. So I liked it in concept. I just wish it had more time. So
I think like it was almost like to show like, well, for the people who just wanted the pure mystery facts, this is what it would kind of look like. Like, do you still like it? And also, it's almost a little bit of a tutorial on how to look at the old mysteries too, and see like how to actually separate the truth from the fact. Like, oh, if just because it says something in narration, like, oh, Shannon walked over to where Cannon was, it's like it doesn't mean it's going to be exactly truth, you know? So I guess it's just sort of tutorial and also a little bit of parody, even so, and also just a bit of fun, you know.
Cronus in Twitch chat said, I feel like the blue truth was more impactful in the VN. Is this true?
It's definitely placed kind of second banana. Like, it's not a super huge thing, but it is supposed to be like, well, Battler is kind of almost doubt. It's almost like doubt truth, I guess.
Okay.
Red truth is a lot more like, obviously, like it is the Umineko branding thing, you know? And blue truth is as well, like it's not given as much importance.
Right.
But it is important still.
Okay, is there anybody who didn't say their favorite episode yet?
I found the panel that I was talking about.
Oh, the devastated.
It's such a good face. And I'm like,
I'll show
why couldn't we have gotten more of just like that subtle distress at the situation that he's in?
You could just see like how unsettled he is and uncomfortable.
Yes! I love that panel, that whole scene so much.
What I imagine happened with episode 5 was, this is episode 5, right?
I think so.
Yes,
I
because
think,
it was
like,
Erica.
Basically, I imagine like Sayo like confessed everything to him, like, oh, because this is what you know the whole family did. This is my plan. So I want you to like say you solve the epitaph, and then I want you to see how your family reacts. And then he's probably like, no, they'll all get along. We'll solve all the problems. And then it's like then he actually sees how they actually react. That's just what I think happens. But then he starts to lose kind of hope and stuff.
I will say that since Chad was talking a lot about the scenes that he remembered, sorry, one of the ones that I think about a lot is the one where Battler was tied up in the spider web. I think I either had a conversation with Lady Galaxy or Midmod about the fact that all the spider webs also look like cracks, like glass.
Yeah, glass
cracking.
shards. It's totally a motif. It's a super important one.
But the other scene that I found when I was looking for that panel was the one where Erica was putting the ring on Battler's finger.
Yes, dude. The concept of the Erica ring. I was like, bro, this is like,
my God, that was
very Erica core. Here's the ring. Oh, it barely fits. Well, don't worry. Not only does it barely fit, when I turn it, it's going to insert spikes that stab into your flesh and will lock this ring into you forever. Okay, Delanar. Okay, Erica. Okay, Erica.
He's only a kid.
And I could send that only in NSFW in my server because I could not safely send that scene anywhere else.
It was disgusting. I felt like so sick playing it. I was like terrified. It was so good. Great. You get like all these cool things in 6. You get these little miniature little scenes of these like cool things. It's so good. It's so good.
I still keep thinking about everything's going on, and then whoops, is this Battler chained up by Beatrice? What the fuck?
Panels I think a lot about are killing myself at times makes things exciting, you know.
That's a good one.
True.
Of course, Battler saying it's no good at all.
Did
Oh yeah, no good at all. I was gonna say catchphrases.
Their favorite episode was.
Let me see here.
Oh, they said I don't know if I have a strong answer because I haven't read since the patch for 8 came out in 2011.
Kronos did say Erica was the most fun in quotes. Hold on, let me read through chats to see if there's any like questions or important messages that we should read.
Before we move on to the next topic.
Happy birthday, Beatrice, Kronos said. Kronos also said, get flipped, incompetent. This is when I flipped Shadow on the stream, so get flipped. No, I'm waiting for my physical disc copy of Umineko 5 to 8 to ship to me. Ari entered the chat to say, so glad I got the physical DVD copies from Manga Gamer years ago. Oh my god, who's that person in our chat? Oh my god. Cronus had said, name every woman. I think this is a reference to a thing that I said before.
Yep. Yeah, if you like something so much.
Shadow telling me I am a machine. Cronus saying Wolf. Cronus saying Wolf, you got insane reverb? Question mark. It's fixed. The golden submarine when Shadow and
oh my God.
The yellow submarine and all that. Cronus saying 16 digits and 3 funny numbers on the back. Yep. Don't forget you've been hooked up. Well, oh yes, I've been sent things by Cronus. Okay, we'll get into that. True. Oh, I love waiting for Umineko Gold. That's what Cronus said.
Draconia Phase 2 is coming right after Umineko Gold. So.
Man, being in the trenches for Chiru. ... Erica was the most fun. I don't know if I have a strong answer because I haven't read it since the patch for 8 came out in 2011. And the curse says, "Wow, Halloween, just a week away." And then the blue truth. Now let me check as well. Minmod had sent a bunch of stuff in the YouTube chat. Minmod,
hi.
And Baguetti had said hi. I don't know if Baguetti's still in here, but if you are still in here, hi, hello, how you doing? We're saying happy birthday, Bito. Oh wait, hold on. Let me put in the Bito birthday scene. Happy birthday, Bito. Okay.
Happy birthday, Bito and Leon.
Happy birthday, Bito.
Happy birthday, Bito and Leon. Episode 8 was the ultimate showdown for Ultimate Destiny. I agree. There's so much featherine power scaling shown in TikToks. Wait, hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Featherine power scaling shown in TikToks?
Oh
my
yeah.
gosh. So you have not talked to Dat Boy, and honestly, I commend you for that. All Dat Boy does is power scaling, so he's constantly getting into fights with me about like, oh yeah, like this person from this DC comic would be Battler in a fight. Featherine, oh she's not that powerful. Fucking Maria,
anyone can be Battler in a fight.
This is all he does. Like his hobby is looking for those like, oh this character versus this character, like defense this one wins, attack this one wins, intelligence this one wins. Like, that's his hobby.
Could
there's so much like things Goku versus Featherine, Lambda Delta versus some like other fantasy thing, you know, like
yeah.
Wait,
it's crazy. There's a whole universe out there.
Where was Battler on the scale of could the detective could the detective solve the cure case and intuit the mechanics of the Death Note? Where was Battler on that scale?
I think that we talked about that at some point.
I remember we brought this up. I was wondering because I think there was like an image that went with that, and I think he was on it. I forget if Erica was on it too, though.
Battler could not solve the case, but can intuit the mechanics. I think it's wrong. Seabird House of Feathering versus Murphy.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I remember. Oh my gosh, this is so low quality.
Is Erica on there? Erica's not on there. Damn.
No, it's just Battler.
Oh my god, yeah, there's a lot of...
I don't think Battler could intuit the mechanics.
Detective Pikachu's out there. I mean, yeah, that is a detective.
And he could not solve the cure case or intuit the mechanics of the
We got Monk.
Ojo Part 4 can do it.
Yeah, some of these are wrong.
We got Columbo. Yeah.
Right. We got...
Damn.
Like Yagami.
Dexter, we got Light Yagami. Wait, Light Yagami's not there. Wait. Wait. Wait.
It's the good
Where is he?
version. The Amnesia version.
Oh, true. Okay, all right, that makes sense. And I'm gonna take this off screen. We're not talking about all the other detective shows in the world. Okay. We're gonna talk about the most important one. Wait, I was reading messages when I stopped to do that.
The Umineko case called the case of Rakanjima.
I think he didn't in the end. He just remembered what happened, or just was told what happened. I don't really think there was much solving for him to do. It was just, well, in the reality of things, it was, so eventually I regained my memories. And I didn't solve it. I was just told what happened.
He was reading, like, the girl, Kuko and Toya, like, were kept on reading these, forgeries, these, true crime stories. They were getting into it. So Fowler was, like, also reading it through Toya's eyes, and he's kept going, like, oh my god, all these stories. And then he finally kind of pieced it together in his head, like, oh, what probably really happened from all the clues.
Right.
That's at least I interpreted it.
Okay. What else we have here? Let me see. I always liked Surupeton. Is that how you say Surupeton?
Yes.
From like the early 2010s Toho memes. So it was a shock to hear it in the game. Yep.
Yeah, I was like, what? This is a real song? This is like from this game? Is that, like, I had no idea. It was totally
This is an Umineko reference, right?
Yeah,
I think there was a comment. There was a comment.
This is an Umineko reference, right?
When I looked it up and I saw that video and I looked in the comments, somebody had said there is a reference to the When They Cry series within that song, which they also mentioned was funny because that song was not supposed to have come out, or like what it's referencing is not supposed to have come out for like years from the events or something like that. I don't know. It was something like the song is referencing the When They Cry series, but it came out or would have been after. I forget what it was. Anyways, listen. There was an interesting fact there somewhere, somehow. Other comments here.
Flat chested over and over again.
Over and over again.
It's part of the lore. It's important.
What else do we have here? I saw the bird Anjay before finishing and thought, oh, so they do finally an angel Anjay joke.
Yeah, I thought that was the whole pun of her name, that she would be like angel or something. That's why. I saw some fan art of her having like angel wings.
I think at some point I was wondering that. I think I remembered that because I think I had thought that when we first brought in Anjay as a character, and then I just kind of never brought it up because I was like, oh, well, with what's happening with her, that didn't really matter. But I think somebody during the Halloween party, maybe Hideyoshi or somebody was like, oh,
I think someone finally did make a name. Yeah, a reference to it. I think Hideyoshi.
Yeah, they were like, oh, you're as beautiful, or as angelic as your name, or something like that. That.
Yeah, that was it. I noticed that too. It's like, oh, they finally did it. All right.
Yep. What else do we have here? I always wonder if it's delusion that Okunogi wouldn't kill Anjay anyway someday, but without trust, it can't be seen. So true.
It's like, isn't that all too good to be true? Sure, I'll get you all the money, and I'm sure Angie won't cause any more problems in the future, right? Like, why won't, he's just a mafia guy, right? So why wouldn't he just...
That whole scene...
Like, that takes some trust.
That whole scene was Anjay being like, I just want to give you all of my money so I can be happy. You do not have to kill me, sir. Please. I will give you everything. Let me leave. Sure. But he was trying, but she was wording it as, oh, you've been a very trusted confidant for Ava. You've always been loyal to me. Like she was like gassing him up or whatever, term you use.
Version of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like some of the added manga bits are still possibly biased. I love the kissing.
Sometimes I think the scene where Seiyo and like Fadler are like in the tunnels together. I think some of that is a little like super like romantic
rose-tinted glasses.
Bit. Yeah, a little bit. It's a little like, oh, this feels a little. It's truthful in like the kind of lovey-dovey kind of way, but it's also
Yeah,
it's my own cynicism. Because again, none of that's in the VN at all. Just a little bit. It's a little different.
Yeah, because that's what I was mentioning earlier, where it's like I do like the manga version of seeing a bit more of like how they actually got down to the speedboat, but I also
running through the mansion and stuff.
Yeah, but I also like the VN version because the VN feels much more like this is meta Battler and Bito. Like that's you can easily interpret it as that.
Yeah,
and so the lovey-dovey
souvenir. He's taking a souvenir.
Yeah,
like I can't imagine the real Battler would say that after seeing his own family dead through the mansion. He'd turn into some kind of like dashing young man.
Look, he kept his promise. Okay,
yeah.
I understand.
Like the lovey-dovey stuff feels a lot more.
I want to believe
in that sense. Yeah.
That's just my own cynicism. So
kind of curious. I only read the manga. What's the VN ending? Because I remember being super angry with the manga ending. I was curious what
It's
the
the
VN.
same. The part that we were talking about is when Bito and Battler go down to the speedboat. The beginning section of like Bito waking up in the VIP room, realizing she's not dead, and then Battler finding all the bodies. All of that is
Right.
not in the VN.
No.
It just
So-
immediately cuts to them on October
Oh, got
6th
it.
after
And-
the explosion.
Yeah, and they're in the tunnel saying, "Oh, you know, we gotta escape, etc." And it's like, "No, I can't escape. I'm a terrible witch." It's like, "No, I'm taking you." And then they go on the boat. So
I
that's
will
like
carry
that's all
your
we see.
cross with you.
The biggest thing, Brian, is like the manga and the VN are the same. It's from what I understand, it's that the manga adds a little bit more depth. So if there was
It's
a
the
particular
director's
part,
cut.
yeah,
Which
if there was a
Ryukishi approved
particular-
of and told them to do. This was like explicitly said, like, do these things. Yes.
I think it adds more detail, not necessarily depth, although that's me being super pretentious.
Yeah, and I think that that's also like part of probably. Oh my god, this narrative studies class is gonna haunt me until the day I fucking die, dude. I think that that's probably what are the drawbacks of doing the visual novel second would be is I'm going to go in having what I think is this context that I should have had originally, and I'm gonna end up overreading the VN. Just because I have that extra knowledge that is not because so overreading is the idea that like you're going to be imposing your own narrative onto like a pre-existing narrative when those because oh my god. Storytelling is leaving intentional narrative gaps because those narrative gaps are what's going to keep the reader wanting to read, right? Overreading happens when a reader takes those gaps and fills in information that they think they're seeing that isn't there. They don't necessarily have a foundational base for it.
Erica.
So,
exactly.
what I'm worried about is if I went to go in and read the visual novel, it wouldn't necessarily be overreading purely in that definition because the manga was like Ryukishi actually saying this is like additional components to the narrative. But like I would ultimately end up overreading it and probably ruining that experience for myself no matter what because I have that additional narrative that I am inadvertently going to be adding to it. Because that's how the human brain works and like processes media and stuff.
I think that makes total sense. I do that too sometimes, and then I get disappointed by certain stories, even though the story didn't do anything wrong. It was my own brain that was making the problem, kind of. The VN still has stuff that the manga cut out or rushed through, or didn't really expand upon. You have a lot of the narration too that you don't really get with manga and stuff like that. So you still get quite a bit extra, and of course, voice acting and music, etc. It's not just a book, right? It's a visual novel. So I still think you'll get some more out of it. And I also think not explicitly showing and telling everything is also like maybe it's a little cheap to say this, but it's like the theme of Umineko is stuff that's hidden is the truth that you can't see. So it's like showing too much detail, I think detracted a little bit from it.
I just also think, like, I think I said this before. I think because I'm in school right now and I'm taking all of these other classes, I need it spoon-fed to me. So I think that I needed to read the manga before I do the visual novel, unfortunately, because I needed it. I needed it to, like, literally hit me above the head with it.
I'm a little bit mixed on the spoon feeding thing. I know like too much kind of makes it boring. But looking back after the whole thing and after getting reminded by like Andy about how we get told about like Battler's emotions towards his family like way later, right? I feel like there were a lot of but I guess parameters is a weird word, but like a lot of key points to the narrative that I kind of wish we had a lot earlier compared to later. I hesitated to bring this up before because it kind of feels like a skill issue on my part. But it really feels like it's insanely difficult to kind of quote unquote like solve the mystery of Umineko on your first read. I can't help but like feel
It's a very difficult story,
Yeah,
I didn't solve it.
It's not easy. I think out of all the Japanese readers, the first readers, like maybe just a couple of people actually guessed it by like the second episode or so. But it wasn't popular. It wasn't almost nobody believed it, sort of thing, right? So
yeah, it I don't really like saying this because in retrospect it kind of makes sense. But it just feels a little bit unfair. The kind of going back to what Chap said about the epitaph, like just
oh god, the epitaph. Dude, it actually pissed me the fuck off. Like that epitaph was not it's funny because that epitaph is like insolvable levels of like how convoluted it is. I think, but also
really it doesn't give you the answers to anything. It's just kind of a word.
It's one of those things though, where it's like it would make sense for it to be unsolvable, except only by Beatrice or something like that. For like, you know, the resurrection of Beatrice, like, so it would imply like information that only Beatrice or like the resurrected form of Beatrice would know or something to that effect. But then Shannon wasn't able to fucking solve it until Genji just walked in the room and said, "Hey, did you guys know Kinzo is from Taiwan? Anyways, look at this epitaph over here." Like,
I do have a thing about the epitaph. So like episode 8 has the whole thing where you solve everyone's riddles. Every family member has their own riddles they give to Angie, and it's a cute little scene. So, and they all have something to do with their thing. Like Kurosawa's is about mackerel. You know, they all have their own little crosses about like an apartment complex he's renting out or something. So it's all kind of related to their little passions or interests. So Kinzo's is about his interests. That's his riddle. It's his epitaph. So that's what his riddle is. So solving the epitaph is really about figuring out Kinzo's childhood, his life, what he likes. He likes these convoluted little word puzzles that are basically just like silly puns, basically. Or like obscure geographical things. So it's not necessarily solving, I don't know, what was it, a quadrillion to one or something? Like the numbers. Like that's not really the point of it. It's more like this is what Kinzo likes, this kind of intense word plays. It's not really, it's figuring out the riddle is more about figuring out why it meant something to Kinzo, really. It's kind of, that's my explanation for it. That's maybe a cope, right? But I think
that's sense. Totally fair. But this kind of goes back to like the way it was portrayed initially. But it was portrayed like it was solvable, right? In episode 1, I was like, oh, like maybe I can try and solve this in my own free time. But then you know when the answer came out, I was like, okay, this is like I feel like
as well in Japan they did figure it out. So, but again, like even if you do, it's not really necessarily
sure, yeah.
It's not like, oh, it tells you Sayo killed all these people and she was like this or that. Like, that's not really the point of the epitaph sort of thing. It's almost a red herring, but it does set the tone for what kind of story Umineko's like sort of is. The whole like red truths are word puzzles. Like if it says something like there's no more than 17 people on the island, it tricks people. It's like, oh fuck, what is it? How many people are on there? It's like word puzzles, right? It's kind of unfair in that way, but I guess you have to understand what kind of puzzles, right? Kushi likes, and
no, I kind of like those red truths actually. When it was said, there are no more than 817 people. I'm like, oh, okay, I love that wording.
It's very like it fucks people up, right? It tricks me.
Yeah, I like that wording a lot. However,
quickly actually.
What?
I think me and Chef Con they said like exactly like not exactly 17, like less than.
Yeah. The one thing I'm surprised, I will say, the one detail, hold on real quick. The one detail that I'm surprised did not get used with one of those word plays was them going, "We are furniture, we are not people," because we had assumed for a while, oh, maybe they're gonna do some weird shit with that, where it's like, well, technically speaking, it doesn't reach up to the human count because they are furniture or some shit like that. Yeah. That did not go into play, which I'm glad for. Okay, I'm glad that that didn't come into play. So,
hold on. So I like the way the red truths were used. I like the wording of the like this. There's no more than 70 people on the island. I just think that I just really wish we had that information earlier, along with the other clues.
I even mentioned, Tokyo, or what was it? Tokyo? No, Taiwan like once in the VN early on.
Yeah.
Or they mentioned
And it
a
was
single
nuts.
line.
Here in the manga, the hint about Taiwan was literally Kraus saying to Natsumi, "Hey, why don't you try these nuts that I like? They're like Taiwan. They're from Taiwan." And you're supposed to intuit from that Kinzo is from Taiwan. Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck?
I think they mentioned in episode 1 again that Kinzo liked these beans. So then you're supposed to know, at least in Japan, they would know these beans are, guess mostly from Taiwan. So then they might be able to think about other things from that.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. I mean, I can see the connection, but I mean, this could be a skill issue on my part, to be fair. But I feel like the connections that were made were far reaches.
I think if you do look, like, at least maybe the end version, if you do look, there's usually at least a single line here or there about almost every clue in episode 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brian, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't solve anything.
Most people didn't solve it. Like, literally.
No, you did.
Yeah.
You did.
You're right. I knew that the Chiesta sisters were toys.
Yeah, that was a cute little Easter egg, you know.
Oh, no.
And that Battler has an eating disorder.
Yeah, that.
Damn.
The point is that it's not about Bicho. It's all about Kenzo.
Basically, Sayo even sees herself in Kenzo a little bit, like the whole maniacal, like sort of crazed kind of intensity sort of thing. And Battler sort of imitates Kenzo a little bit too. I guess they both have, Kenzo blood. The thing about how unfair the Umineko is, really, like, again, this kind of screwed up the whole development for Umineko, because he scrapped the original episode 3. He had to completely rewrite it and redo it, because nobody could understand episode 2. All the fans were giving up. They were saying, this is just like this is just fantasy, like whatever. There's no mystery here. It's just people.
It was a sudden turning it up to 100 at that point.
Yeah,
well, not 100, I guess, but
immediately. So he just I have to rewrite everything because it's too difficult for people, I guess. I guess the joke is a little too difficult for them, So he had to rewrite it, bring in Virgilia, the nice, like, old guidance lady and everything. And he originally was going to have a different character who was super harsh, super cruel. It's like it's really difficult, make it a much harder mystery. So he had to turn back a whole bunch. So the Umineko we're seeing now is like different than what it might have been.
What are you telling me? Is we got the easy mode the whole time?
Yeah.
This is one fragment. This is one fragment of Umineko. Okay, there's many other fragments.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, the land of the golden witch. That I think she mentions that in like episode 7 or 8. It's like, oh, you should have seen this amazing story I wrote that was lost to the sea that I threw out. That was a reference to his episode that he scrapped.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's.
Was Brian trying to say something?
He probably was, but I need us to. We're like 3.5 hours in. No, I understand. You guys got a lot of stuff we want to talk about, and that's all fine. But we are 3.5 hours in, so I just want to make sure, one, that for our episode 8 thoughts, that we didn't have anything else to say about episode 8 specifically. Because that's fine. I planned for us to talk about generally the series as a whole, but I also want to make sure we're all done with our episode 8 thoughts and stuff here. Shadow, were you about to say something?
So I guess like this is also kind of episode 7-ish.
Okay.
Near the end, in my head, I was like, we were at the end though. I kind of just wanted to just trudge through instead of like really thinking. But I'm glad I did at the end though. I'm glad I did because I was able to get a couple of things correct.
Yeah. So theory-wise, with some of this stuff, over time, some of them were like, oh shit, like that worked. Some of them worked in like comedic ways. Half comedic ways. Like when I had predicted Groomer Kinzo as like a that was like that happened. I predicted Erica killing the victims again. I said that as a joke, and then Ryukoshi said bet.
You were horrified.
Ryukoshi said bet. I was like, oh my god, this really is Erica. Holy shit. And now she's one of my favorite characters, so.
The joy of calling that it was a trans allegory 2 weeks in.
So, that's the one thing I wanted to say. So at some point early on, I think like our second or third week, I had mentioned that I was spoiled on one fact, and that was the one fact of Beatrice being trans. That was the one fact that I was spoiled on. I had no clue. I had no clue how that would fit at all. But
that worried me so much because I knew that you were spoiled on that the whole time, and I'm like, he's never gonna get this. He's gonna try to figure out some other kind of things or something. He's not gonna get it.
And then once we got once we got to the line of what is wrong with these lovers, I still remember like, well, I mean, obviously it must be like these are one person. Like Shannon and Canon have to be like one person. This is why there's only one of these relationships can happen. And Battler, Battler, because Battler,
I saw some like just very vague spoil. Oh, there's trans stuff in it. It's like, yeah, sure, people say that about everything, but like I was sort of like, I had some idea that there was something up with maybe Shen, maybe Canon, maybe, one of them is a little weird. So over time, definitely I kind of started putting the pieces together, but it was a love trial that made it make sense like completely. Because the love demons are literally screaming at you like, why can't they both be in love? Think about it. It's like, all right, I get it now. Okay.
I still love the wording.
Because like y'all understood that Shikanon were the same person, but then we get to episode 7, and I had to I had to go back like 3 times. Like, okay, but we have to look at Leon's gender. We need to investigate this because you guys kept going past it. I'm like, no, this is important.
No, and Will kept saying it. Even Will said it. It's like, oh, by the way, if you look at the old games, there's a lot of gender stuff going on. Did you readers notice? Like Blue's Clues. Will's Clues. I can't believe like something like that. It's like this is what 2007, and it's such like a huge like core embedded part of the whole story. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, there was both Lion and then also Zepar and Furfur, and the fact that they really wanted you to know one of them is indistinguishable gender or something, like, or their genders are indistinguishable and things like that. Like both those like things, I remember being like, we're bringing this up a lot here. Huh, I wonder if this will be.
Little when they them cry. What's going on here?
Oh, I just found 2 tweets that Ari and I had posted on July 25th.
Okay.
So Ari posted the one that was me going, unfortunately, Umineko is not a trans allegory. And the one that I posted was the Ayo Cannon, what the hell are you doing? Stop touching that. When he was fingering the like zombie hole.
The zombie hole in him, yeah.
Yeah.
That was insane. Just like going back to those kind of scenes. It's like, oh my god.
Let's real quick. Let's talk catchphrases. Let's see which catchphrases we like and remember here. So we got chessboard. Flip over the chessboard. We got no good. No good at all. No good at all.
No good at
never.
all.
We have 2 from Will. We have never forget the heart, of course, and we have don't think about it too much. You give yourself a headache. We have that one too. We have the 2 inquisitors saying with all due respect at the end of every sentence that they say.
Please let me speak.
Yes, please let me speak.
If I may speak.
If I may speak. Yep. What else did we have? Because I know we had other
capital letters that she.
Oh, Delanor, die.
Oh right.
Yes. But yeah, so I had assumed, I think this was explained before, but I just want to make sure I understand this still. The meme about Delanor highlighting or bolding the last word in all of her sentences, was this supposed to be because of the like she's saying like des at the end, and she's saying like des.
No idea.
Was that supposed to be the?
I just assumed it's been like katakana. And
Okay.
it's like she's speaking like maybe more childishly because she's supposed to be a kid. So that's what I guessed,
maybe.
at least.
Maybe. Okay.
Yo, she's got a typing quirk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own little unique laugh and everything like that, right? It's great.
Is that a Homestuck reference?
I laugh in the fan fictions, and I'm like, okay, that's weird. Yeah. It throws me off every single time.
Very
what other?
Luffy.
how could I forget? Erica. Erica Fudo, am able to deduce this simply by... That's how I worded it in our version. I think I worded it slightly different in yours, but... how did I word it in yours? It was like, this is easy. This type of deduction is easy for me or something like that. I don't know.
This level of deduction or something.
Yeah, this level of deduction is possible for me. What do you think, everyone? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Something like that. I like it a lot. It's really good. Like she's talking on like some TV show sort of thing.
Wait, from Battler. So we already have, this is no good at all. But we also have, that was a good one. Let me touch your moves. We also have Hasta la Vista. You said that.
Classic.
Yes, you did.
Oh, Kinzo even has one. Kinzo's was Beatrice.
Oh, yeah.
You do that so well. It's so funny.
I like how he always pronounces it specifically. Beatrice. He has to say the tree.
Beatrice.
Like, I understand she's a lot of money. You only gotta pronounce the rate sheet part.
I love the nickname Biche though.
Biche.
It's still. I also love that Sayo is like, no, that is not my nickname. It's gonna be Riche.
Oh my god. Okay.
I choose children, though he's now retired. Oh, it's so good.
Okay. We've reached the point where we've discussed all of Umineko, and in the end, let's hear some closing thoughts from people. Let's hear some closing thoughts from people, I think. Who wants to go first? It was alright? Yeah. Alright, good. Alright, it's alright. Good series. Alright, moving on to quintessential quintuplets. Let's go next week.
Wait. Is that the chosen one?
No. We haven't picked it yet. I just meme because I want that one of the next series to be lighthearted, so it's just a little nice rom-com like Quints. So nothing wrong with that. We're gonna read Rent a Girlfriend now to punish all of you for bullying me every week, okay?
No.
It'll be a punishment for me too, but you will all be punished with me, so... No, okay. Closing thoughts about
this
Umineko.
This torture will be endless for both of us.
How about, let's start with you, Ari, since you have the VN and the manga perspective. What were your thoughts on the manga?
I liked it.
It's good. It's all right.
I don't know what else to say because before this June or Mayish, June-ish, I had not read it since literally middle school. Which I'm a grown woman now, so over a decade ago. So it was interesting coming back to it, where I knew most of it. I remembered most of it, but there were still like a lot of details I didn't remember. So it was kind of new and old in parts. And being a visual novel developer now, it was very interesting seeing VN and the manga perspectives. I liked it. There were parts in the VN where it's like this is because one part that I try to preach a lot is scene direction and cinematography, and Umineko has basically none. So it's kind of interesting to call it my favorite, but it is the writing is very much the mainstay of it, because I reread it on the original sprites, so no voice acting, no CGs, and nothing.
Wow.
OG all the way. Thank you, Manga Gamer, for preserving that version.
Hell yeah.
It's the writing is just very much the core of it, and you can see just how much heart went into it. Because I think especially in times like now where there is a plethora of media or just kind of hate in the world, it is very nice to see such a heartfelt perspective on things, such a heartfelt story. Like, it is very gruesome and dark in a lot of the content matter, but it still takes such a heartfelt and loving approach to each of the characters, even the very heinous ones.
It's very rare to have a loving story that isn't like hokey, sentimental, like fake sort of thing. It feels so real, but also not even not cynical. It's more like it is very, very understanding of how like bad reality is, but also not
just
like, you know,
such a good faith view of it. Like, it acknowledges that so much of this can be seen as just like fluff or unrealistic, and it embraces that in parts. And it's like, well, how are you going to live? You know, and it poses that question to you. How are you going to view things in your life when they comes up like as heinous as this? What would you do?
I wanted to ask actually like a group question, like is Angie's little, or Maria's little life philosophy actually good, or is it just kind of like delusional and kind of like immature or stupid, or is it actually like useful or good? You know, it's a difficult question.
I see it as both. You know, because I think like at the very end, I really like Anje's take of like, you can't go all in on either side. You have to meet some kind of common ground of between delusion and reality, where you're not wallowing in misery in reality, but you're also not wallowing in fakeness in your delusions. You've got to find some kind of common ground where you can live.
I think of that kind of question in comparison with like Erica's backstory at times, where Erica's backstory is interesting because for her it was a relationship she was in where she was convinced that her partner was cheating on her, but she did not know for a fact, and she might have evidence that points towards it, but she does not know for a fact unless he says, yes, I am cheating on you. And so she became obsessed with that, and she in that kind of sense. And we were discussing this, I think, in the spoiler zone, where because I was a little confused at what the message was supposed to be for Erica in the end because of a line that was said. But it's you know, Erica, in my view, is somebody who was presented with the question of what do you do when you have a story that you will never know the answer to, probably. And Erica's response is to obsess over it and make uncovering the truth of everything else in the world that you possibly can become like your entire life. So you become like hyper focused on it to the point where like it twists your moral views of things. Because like when I was reading about Erica's backstory and like seeing the type of person Erica's become, I know quite a few people, and I've spoken with quite a few people who were convinced that their spouse or you know, significant other was cheating on them, but they had no way to check it out. And for some of them, it would get to the point where they're like trying to find ways to like hack the other's account to like just see their messages to see if they're messaging other people. And it's like, when you get to that point, you got a problem going on deeper than whether or not they're cheating on you, if it's ever at that point. I feel like
in everyone's hearts.
Yeah, and so like Erica is like one kind of version of that, which we did have a line sort of similar to that in episode 8 towards the end, where she's like looking back at how Anje knows the one truth and yet chooses to accept this other truth that she has, her like golden truth about the events that happen anyways. That's why she could be the Witch of Resurrection and all that. She might have facts that point towards what actually happened, but at the end of the day, she wasn't actually there. She doesn't know what actually happened there. You know, like, for all she knows, what Ava wrote in her diary might just be bullshit. So, like, you know, like, she doesn't fully know, and so she's just, like, she pretty much knows from all the evidence presented, but she's choosing to just have faith in her side of the story instead. Whereas Erica, you know, Erica will look at that and be like, that could have been me if I didn't obsess over that fully and whatever. And so when I think of that, you know, I understand the philosophy behind that mindset, and I do, like, it's important to be like, just, you know, you might have enough of the facts to understand a certain thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean you should ruin your life over it, I guess. Like, I guess it depends. But for the most part, I think I do agree with the philosophy of what it was trying to get at with how Anjay approached the I mean, the main problem with her was like, this horrible stuff happened to my family. I need to find a way to move on with my life despite this. And for all this time, for years, her main way of thinking the only way I can get out of it is to know the truth. To uncover the truth in some way, and to go back and discover the truth, so that maybe there's some way, some sort of answer that will tell me that my family is actually still alive somewhere, and I can actually meet up with them, as opposed to just moving on with your life or whatever. Which it was difficult for her because the entire public was also obsessed with the truth about her family. It was just making up fan fictions about her family and shit and all that. Meanwhile, she's dealing with money issues and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, yeah, so like her issue was a little bit more complicated with that. But overall, I think I agree with the point of the philosophy behind what Anjay was designed to do towards the end. I think that was the question, right? I didn't go off on a random other tangent.
Is the whole Umineko philosophy like good, or is it just kind of like delusional or something? But I guess if,
so,
you know,
yeah.
If the what is it, like if you're just gonna jump off a building or jump off a boat or like just basically end it because you have too much doubt, you can't believe that your boyfriend or girlfriend won't break up with you. Oh, I'm going to lose my job. I might lose my job someday. Maybe I'll get in a car crash. I'll just not even drive. I'll just, die in a room somewhere. It's like, well, if that's the alternative, then maybe you need a little bit of delusion to keep going. That sort of thing.
It's that Tumblr post of if the thing you need to get you to brush your teeth in the morning is Naruto wishing you luck, then grab that toothbrush and go nuts.
Believe it.
It's like Beatrice telling Maria to wash her hands. You know, it's so funny. Wash your mouth and wash your hands when you go home. That sort of thing.
Andy, what were your overall thoughts on Umineko?
I liked it. I would not recommend it to people. Not in that because it's bad. I really enjoyed it. But it's like my best friend Violet, they know that there's only so many people that you can recommend Homestuck to. I know that there's only so many people you can recommend Umineko to.
Wrong. I will recommend it to every single person on this planet.
So I think that it, and I hate to draw the supernatural parallel again, but it's like trying to tell somebody to get into like Supernatural or One Piece, like not because of the quality, but because it is so long and it's so dense. My brother is currently reading one of the Stephen King series, like The Dark Tower or something like that. And I think that it's like that, where like he knows that you can only recommend it to people who are really like willing to be in it for the long haul. And I don't know if I know a lot of people like that. But if I did find somebody, I would definitely recommend it to them. As for my belief on the philosophy, I'm such a nihilist. I think that so much of what Umineko focuses on is the idea of having an unlimited understanding of the past, the present, and the future. And I am so not in a mental space to be doing that, which is probably why Umineko kind of fucked me up. I'm barely making it through day to day. So sometimes you gotta start small.
Yeah.
Can never recommend Fate for that series.
Pace.
It's hard because I love Umineko. I can't even really agree with it fully because it's so difficult for me. It's so diametrically opposed to like. That's why it's so challenging for me, because I'm so much like of an Erica normally, or I fall into that when I'm like stressed out or whatever. But then it's like, it's so challenging, but it's so well done and so impressive. I think you said before, like, when you read it, it's like, oh god, I want to write something like this, or it's like it's so intimidating that it's so like well written or constructed, and it's like I want to make art like this, I want to make music like this, I want to write like this. So it's like, how do I even do that? It's like, I don't know, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Brian, does this rise to the point where you would not recommend Umineko?
So I'm not in a lot of like VN groups, so I don't think I've ever met a person IRL that I can recommend Umineko to.
Okay.
Who cares about IRL people? Only digital people exist in
Okay,
this context.
same thing. Digital people included. I don't think. Yeah,
You're just not like in those
all the
communities.
goats.
I literally
all the
recommended
screaming
this
goats,
to you
yes.
because of a VN server.
Well, yeah, okay. That
I would
happened
not
because-
recommend this to my coworkers.
Yeah, I mean, I joined the VN server like as a complete outsider, so like, all right, what's the best VN that was a manga that you can
I
recommend
got
me?
him to read Umineko.
And then you're like Umineko, and like, all
Brian,
right,
I'm
I'll take
so
your word for it.
sorry.
And then
I'm
like,
so sorry that this was
I'm
your
not.
introduction.
I'm not.
that was my first interaction with Ari. Yeah, it's like I talked to her, and then she's like Umineko. Like, oh, okay, all right, I'll read it. Yeah, that took a while.
Well, your next VN after Umineko has to be Nekopara. These are pretty much the same series. So go check out that one.
I know that one from the memes. Like,
okay.
Ryan is literally never going to take a recommendation from me ever. I could tell
Ryan,
him to
you should
read
play
like
Heart of the
Mahoyo or
Woods.
Tsukihime
No.
remake or.
my limitation is that I only read manga. So sorry about the VN disconnection.
Yeah.
No, I
It
get
was my
that.
first visual novel, basically.
Was Brian there for the conversations about what our first visual novels were?
I don't think I was.
And I was
just
talking
happened
about
to
how
join.
all of mine were the Shall We Date games that were available on mobile in like
I played
2011.
some small ones.
Yeah, mine was a small one. Ripples by Sake Visual. Is a very short series. I think it's free. I think you could just literally find it from like an itch.io page or something like that. If you just look it up, it's really good. Okay, Shadow. What were your closing thoughts on Umineko?
Well, first of all, I want to bring up a couple other images that I'll like be
Sure.
remembering. Such as,
Sure.
Fine, I'll become grandfather now, and of course, jump out a window. I'm mad like this. Nothing more fun to go for drink.
That was a good scene.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Nothing but a little bit of fun to go with a drink.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is
FF Sol,
definitely-
my battler of all people.
Yeah,
Of course,
it is
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
one of the
Nagataru is dead
greatest
now.
parts of like
Nagataru's
just
dead now,
kids
yeah.
are doing whatever, and they're like, yeah, he did
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
that tracks.
I definitely enjoyed this, although I feel like I wasn't the target audience. I don't know.
That's fine. That's fair. Have you consumed a lot of mystery series before this, Shadow?
I don't really read books.
Well, it doesn't have to be books.
See,
It can be it can be games too. It can be games or
See,
movies or anything.
I immediately
I
jumped to
don't
Shadow
care.
isn't trans. He doesn't get it.
As the resident marketer, I could safely say Shadow is not the target audience.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
What'd you say, Andy? I gotta hear that again.
I said, obviously you're not the target audience. You're not trans.
No, okay.
All right. Well, okay. So we went through Minmod. Do we go through yours, Minmod?
I said so much already. My final thoughts, like again, like I'm so impressed by Umineko, like how it writes family drama and like sort of interpersonal kind of like conflicts, and also just again all the repeated kind of patterns. It's like poetry. It rhymes like over like a million words. It's super impressive. Made me cry so much, so I have to like it. You know, something makes me cry, then I love it. So I like the visual novel. I think is obviously the way to go. The manga is okay. It's adequate in some parts. Some parts are probably a little better. The fights in the UVN are mostly a little, sometimes a little boring.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Some of them are really good. Some of them are a lot of fun, and some of them are a little too long. But like again, it's all such a good package. I think like when Umineko first came out, it had, of course, a lot of buzz and also a lot of controversy, a lot of haters, and it kind of like, I think when he made the extra content for the manga, he was basically probably like, yeah, it's done. Umineko's probably, I'll move on to something else and stuff. So here's some extra content that I had in the back burner sort of thing, ideas or whatever. But now I feel like Umineko's still like popular. It's getting a lot more new fans and everything, and so I think it's like outside of what 2007, 2008, it's found like some new audiences that appreciate it. So I think that's a testament to its quality.
Yeah, I think it's the quality of the writing, but also probably the how timeless parts of it feels, because you've got the gender struggles, you've got the struggles of the true crime and how that affects people after the fact. Just a lot of parts of it that are still like very relevant. I mean, it's not that old, but you know, still.
Oh, 2007 feels like a different era. That was like before like the social media or anything like that, you know. So
I was 5 years old.
That's still like he was writing for like the old like internet for. Oh my god, he was still writing for like the old 2chaners, you know, the old his old internet like forum friends, you know.
Yeah.
So like he was not. So that's why it was like right at that point where like halfway through Umineko was being released. That's when the internet was opening up. That was the goats and all the books, you know, the libraries.
Yep.
And everything. So
Yep.
It was already in a big rocking regime at time. So I think it's a testament to its quality again. That it's more appreciated now.
All right. Okay, and last but not least, of course, me. Okay, I get to voice my opinions too.
Wolfborg with all of the right opinions.
Yes. So this series,
You're all wrong.
Umineko has been a wild ride. You start off wanting to be Battler, and then Battler starts. You know, you're Battler side at first. You're gonna be like, Battler, yeah, you can do it. You can prove witches are bullshit. And then like by like episode 3, 4, he's like, yeah, okay, but maybe a witch didn't do it, but also this witch, this is the good witch. I like this witch. Yeah, this is my witch. Okay.
A little bit of magic. It's okay. A little salami.
She's my friend.
It went from like magic's not real to, well, you know, maybe magic is more symbolic of like this other thing that I enjoy. Okay, what if I?
One of them makes good cookies, so
like, but like, you know, it does this thing too where Battler goes to this transformation, and you as the reader also kind of do as well, where it's you know, you are approaching this as a mystery, trying to solve it within the rules that you are being presented in, and then later on you are like, there's still some of that at play, but for the most part we're more so trying to go through the emotional development of all the characters and like all the meta discussions about like, this is what readers are, this is what the world is theorizing about this thing, and this is what this message was, and these are all the goats that represent you fucking loser who tried to come up with these other theories about how witches aren't real. Well,
we've hit the 4-hour
take a look now.
Yippee.
Yes, we did it, gamers. So like, it is a very, very interesting series. It is especially interesting to get you into it with the looping mystery locked room witches narrative at first, and then it transforms into, we have to metaphorically defeat the reader's expectations of what should be happening and show them that we have to tear them down. We have to present them as the ugly goat demon losers, as we are the Chad Battler warlock.
Chad, Glenor, and Will.
For a witch, though. I like calling Battler a witch.
Yeah. It is very. And then also all the characters. I remember the first week being overwhelmed with the amount of characters we have to deal with here, even though like they started dying pretty quickly. But then we started looping, and then like as time went on, I was like, are we really gonna have enough time to develop all these characters? But we did. We had enough to develop them in ways that like I still, even if like you don't like them as much, they still stand out and are memorable to you. Like even Goda, who like doesn't really play much of a role in anything.
Literally doesn't play a role.
But even Goda gets his moments, and you're just like, yes. Like it's oh man, like
Even like George, who was kind of, some people are kind of thing. But I thought that was great. That little scene, that like embarrassing, kind of humiliating scene where he just like, said something that people would never ever admit to. But it's like, he still wrote Rikishi still wrote that scene, and it was all like, I was impressed by it. Even little things like that,
Yeah. I was annoyed at times. Not many. Well, it depends. Most of my annoyance would come with like, okay, you are presenting me with fantastical fights at a time where you're trying to convince me that this actually happened, and I'm supposed to be convincing you that that was all bullshit. So that was annoying to me, not because of what was happening, because like art wise it was all great. Well, depending on, some artists were drawing certain things, but for the most part, it was good. But like, once we get into the mindset more so for like this fantastical fight is happening, and you don't have to try to think about like metaphorically what it's supposed to entail in the end, then I'm like more locked in with that kind of stuff. The epitaph solution thing, like still bullshit, still pissing me off. Yep. Yeah, you go on.
It's important to have. I was just gonna say, like, to add on, like, it's important to feel all those kinds of emotions when you're reading. So, like, if it's better to have been mad than to not have felt anything at all.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because like, I understand at times those feelings are by design, which you can more so see once you're like done with it, or like see later on like the intention of it. Like here it was a whole, well, we posted a meme image like months ago where it was like man versus man versus God, man versus the author, things like that. and it was like showing yeah. And I mean, like I had assumed it would get to that kind of point once we started like doing the looping mystery narrative stuff. I was like, it's probably going to be like that, but it's probably not going to be. But this was like directly like Ryukishi saying, "Hey, you are all ugly goat losers trying to solve my shit." Okay, like this is what you look like, trying to say all the family members are monsters. Why don't you think about how my fucking characters feel? Okay, how would you think about that before you hurt poor Goda's feelings? Okay. Poor Kinzo. Well, okay, not poor Kinzo. He did some. Listen, don't worry about what he actually did. You need to have a different view of Kinzo. Love him as the crazy old man that he might have been, and not the groomer that he was. Okay, listen, we don't have to.
We can move past this.
Yeah. So like things like that are just like Ryukishi has written something that will stay with you long after, not just because of the awesome characters and the fun moments, but also because of the like the cool little narrative tricks that he tries to do to make you feel certain ways about things and like change your emotions over times for how things are going. Because like, as we said, my experience with the fight scenes in the beginning is drastically different than my experience of the fight scenes towards the end. As a result of all the journeys we've gone through and all the narrative like unveilings of things and all the different stakes of like, now these spiritual characters have important meanings. They're not just like meaningless metaphors for things. Like they weren't meaningless before too, but it would felt like it at the time because you didn't understand it other than, well, the episode's done. Here's the quirky witches that are doing evil cackling things. Ha ha ha. And now it's more, well, here's the witches that are trying to murder each other by throwing galaxies at each other and turning each other into candy and like small bombs and shit. Like, yeah. And it's very
where your mind mega cannon slams into your
Yep. And it's a very memeable series too, with like all the different like things that happen, all the Battler, you are incompetent memes and all that kind of stuff. Like, oh my god, it's just
my witch wife wants to watch Warren.
It is a long piece of work that is really worth it once you start the first couple episodes. And go through that. It will like suck you in to be like, okay, well, I have to keep going. You will get a little annoyed. You will get a little annoyed when you're like, okay, it's time for answers, and you do not get those answers very clearly or at all until way later on. I still remember episode 7, Will being like, and now it's time. This is the person. let's present them through a metaphorical stage play where we don't actually say this is the person. It was like,
It's a
you
good
motherfucker.
series.
But it's like, it's that point where it's like, we do know the person at that point, or at least we did.
Yeah.
But it was like, there was more steps to get there, essentially. So, but in the end,
more to understand.
in the end, Umineko, very interesting series. I can understand why some people will not be into this and will actively be frustrated and angry. But I feel like many of those people, they can't see it without love. But I feel like many of those people, if they actually finish the whole thing, they will grow at least an appreciation for what Ryuguchi was trying to do. And maybe they'll still be frustrated with it. Maybe they won't recommend it, but they'll still like have said, I had a time. I had a very impactful time, because this series is a very impactful series, I think, in many different ways. And so that's, those are my general thoughts about Umineko. There's a lot more I could say, but we're already at the 4-hour mark. So yeah. Brian, were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say something. Well, I kind of forgot what it was. I think. Yeah, I do want to say though, I was very critical today. Didn't really say much good things about it. So I will say that I did enjoy it overall after reading all chapters, of course, or all episodes, of course. I really like how the red truth was used. One of my favorite parts is just in general for mystery novels is like when they kind of force you to think, right? And I really like there are no more than 17 people on this island, and when I forgot her name, I think Eva, said the only person I told my favorite season to was Shannon. Those are like two things that kind of force you to like think about like what's happening, and I really enjoyed those. Going back to criticisms though, and going back to like what I would do to improve it, it has kind of poor UX, you know. It's just really difficult for new people to like approach it. And what's kind of something tragic about it is that I don't really know how to solve it, because part of the reason why it's so good in the first place is because of it being hard to approach in the first 4 chapters, if that makes sense, or in the first 4 episodes.
I think that my experience with Umineko was greatly enhanced by the fact that I was reading it as part of a group. I was deliberately forced to pace it, so I was only reading 2 to 3 volumes a week, which, while it is dense, was easy to take in bite-sized pieces. And I was able to discuss it with people. And I almost wonder, like, I'm not trying to override your experiences with it, Brian, obviously. It makes me wonder if maybe your perception of it would have been different if you had done it over the amount of time that we did it and been able to talk with us every week.
Yeah.
It might have. I do want to also say, in that kind of vein, I think, like, so we were reading it like an omnibus volume so that could be like 2 to 3 volumes a week or whatever. And I mean, that was a good pace for us to read it. But I would also say you should spread apart your readings of episodes a little bit to sit with it and dissect them each. Because as we read through it, the episodes kind of blurred together to the point where now at this point, when I tried to go through and write my little summaries of what happened, I was like, wait, did that happen in episode 3 or 5? Or was episode like they sort of like each episode is its own very interesting thing. And so I feel like if you do read this, you should pace yourself on how you read it, but also you should deliberately put a gap between episode 1, episode 2, like some of course. Some true.
Just like Umineko.
Just know that the next episode's there. But you need to sit and really think about. I mean, you should be taking the time to think about what your theories are for certain things and like what's going to happen next and all that, and you appreciate the characters and what your interpretations of it. You should take the time to think about that kind of stuff with this kind of series, especially because you might be tempted to be like, well, this is a murder mystery series, and eventually they're just going to tell me the answer. But that's not the point. The point of this is not the answer. The point of it is the why of these things. The point of it is like the heart of the matter, and the presentation of the why these are happening is also very important, because it's deliberately
a Wikipedia entry of the motive. It's a whole, you get a whole theater play about the motive, you know.
Like this series is like trying to do a meta narrative thing about mystery stories, but like it's one of those things where like you should not be just because it's doing it's doing the meta narrative thing, so you should not just be focusing on the answer to the mystery side of things, because the meta narrative of your thought process behind solving that mystery is more important than solving the mystery itself. That I think that's if I slow down to think it through, that's my like thoughts on it. So
I had another thing to say.
Yep.
It's about like, well, I read it with basically a friend recommending it to me, who like knew everything about it. They wrote that review I posted, and it's like, so they were like, no, please read Umineko. I know you'll love it. It's like, all right, let's try. And I slowly got into it, and I would always post my reactions and thoughts to him. So it's like, oh, this part scene was so good. Oh, what's going on here, etc. So then that was like such a good experience. I had someone to bounce ideas off with. He was all being cryptic about like, oh, well, what do you think this means? You know, being a little sneaky or whatever. And then once I finished, then I started doing that to other people I recommended it to. And they would constantly post their reactions to me, like, oh my God, what's happening here? How is this happening? It's like, well, maybe you should just think about it a little harder. And I was basically being like a Virgilia, basically, as my friend was being like a Virgilia to me. That's what I call it. So it's like, passing on like this. I think like again they were made 6 months apart for Comic-Con, for like the internet, for otaku audiences and everything. And he would like feverishly he would go online, read everyone's theories, try to find it, like look at all the threads, everyone talking about it after every episode, and that's how he would comment on the next episode so well, on fan theories and stuff. So I think it is meant to be a little communal. I think obviously now it's like you'll just get spoiled to hell, so you have to keep the little circle small. So maybe like a small group or just a few friends reading it together. But I'm like doing it with a bunch of people. So I have like I try to track like, oh, this friend is on episode 8. This friend is on episode 4. It's like, so it's been very fun.
Real quick,
that's essential to this,
Real quick. You had mentioned how, he'd read the comments and he'd like use that to fuel his rating for other. I like to think now that he read somebody making the small bombs theory and was like, this is so dumb, we're gonna have Battler say this. I want that to have been the story behind the small bombs theory. It was tiny bombs.
It's like, I can't believe I posted that. You made fun of me.
No, I'm the goat person, no.
And he actually even saw people correctly guess it like super early. Yeah, it's Shannon and Ken doing this and that. Like they guessed it perfectly. And it's like, then he saw how everyone would just ignore them. It's like, no, that's stupid. That's obviously not the reason. Because he thought, once someone figures out the key, then everyone would obviously figure it out, like, and they'd agree with them. But what he saw was like, they didn't. They kind of ignored the right answer all along. So that kind of made him like cynical and stuff. So, but I think that kind of communication is so important.
Yeah. Because, like, I went to Otakon earlier this year, and I met a couple of friends there. Well, I met a friend there and their friends, and we were talking about Umineko because that was one of the things that I had known them from for years, and they were both watching other people's live bloggings of it, and we were talking about their theories and stuff, and one of them was like, yeah, I'm watching this guy that like by episode 2 had pinned Canon as the culprit just because of the tattoos, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. And our whole discussion was like talking about other people's fan theories and how fun it is to see all the speculation. So it is very much like a passing of the torch kind of thing, of trying to get others into it and seeing their theories and wanting to hear other people's perspectives, not just the theories, but the idea that this is their lens of viewing the story and how they're interacting it. Yeah, their heart, their lens of the story and their world, you know?
That narrative studies class is gonna fucking haunt me for the rest of my life, dude.
If Umineko doesn't change your life, then something is wrong.
Cause like that's literally talking about like the fucking the overreading and like lenses, and there was a whole discussion that we had about like windows and doors and how each of them serves a different purpose in writing, and it makes me wish that I could have done more with Umineko, because it's like this is literally what I was reading about, but I couldn't because the professor doesn't know Umineko, so I couldn't be like
over. Like you can always
give it to them.
I have no, because I did submit my final project, which was the pie collage. Was my final project.
What I'm trying to say is your life is not over, so you can still interact with other things.
No, my life is over. Umineko's over. My life is over.
You're like Grandpa Battler now.
Actually, this is where I hate to inform you that we have 4 more episodes.
Oh, God damn it. No, it's a good series, and I think that the experience is an important part of it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, it's that time. It's that time, gamers.
No more thoughts.
Thank you.
Not Umineko, but for Andy.
It is time. It is time. Yep. What's that?
Tired. Don't you have something to say to us now that we're done?
Huh?
Don't you have something to say?
What?
Come on, think about it.
What?
Okay, I shall say it. Everyone here?
Yeah?
You are now a complete bookworm.
What was this reference to?
Can you really call yourself a bookworm if you've only read 100 books in a year?
Oh, that line. Yeah.
Oh, not that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Wait, what? That's what I assumed you were mentioning. What are you mentioning then?
Oh, Gap.
Hold on.
Yasu starts reading.
When they start reading Agatha Christie, is that what this was?
Yeah.
Still love
well, now we got to read Agatha Christie. That's the next book club reading.
I actually bought it. And then there were.
I've never read it.
I bought it as soon as I finished my
reading.
reread.
I've been too busy. Oh boy. Anyway.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with us on this long journey. 5 months of reading. How many volumes was this? I'm gonna do the math real quick.
I think 50 something.
50. I'm pretty sure 50 exactly.
50 exactly volumes. 50
I offer
volumes.
up this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice.
50 volumes of Umineko When They Cry. Oh my god. With this, we are done with Twilight of the Golden Witch and all of Umineko. But this isn't the last time we will see Umineko. This is the last time we'll be discussing it for the reading, but we will be playing next week. As a little intermission stream, we're going to be playing Umineko Golden Fantasia, the fighting game that they have for that. We'll be Yeah, so if you don't have it now, you can go pick it up. We'll be playing that. Anybody is welcome to join in on us for that. I'll figure out how the fuck that shit works. Now, if you do download that, we've been told you need to get the community beta branch on Steam. So you're going to want to get it on Steam. And specifically, after they made it, they stopped updating at a certain point. But now, as of like earlier this year, some community people have been allowed to start working on fixes for it. So there is a lot of fixes that have been made and that are like integral. Things like fixing it so that your frame rate is not based on your screen refresh rate or something like that. I forget what it was. This is a fighting game, so these are things that like needed to be fixed. So if you are playing with that, you gotta download the game, buy the game on Steam, download it, and then set it up there's like just a setting on your install to say to use the beta patch for this instead. So set to that, and you can join in with us next week. Now, also, in this week, starting tonight and then going through until next week when we have that stream, we will also be hosting the vote for the next book club series that we will be discussing. Now, there are rules for the next probably couple series. The main one being this cannot be a longer series. It will be a shorter series. So it will be 4 to 10 volumes. This is the limits that we will put it in. 4 to 10 volumes. Now, has to be a complete series. I would highly recommend we try to not make it depressing as fuck for the next one.
I'm sorry I introduced you to Peak. I'm sorry.
Listen.
It's an amazing comedy.
I will not be I will not be against it if there are like a couple ones that are recommended like that, but I don't want it to be a ton of I want us to try to read something more lighthearted, okay? Please. Please.
A rom-com so bad.
A rom-com would be fun. You're also against it. Listen, just put some shoujo rom-coms on there, okay? It'll be a fun time.
Night is a rom-com.
Wait, so there is a minimum chapter?
There's a minimum what?
It has to be between 4 to 10 volumes.
Yeah, okay. Chapter wise, don't worry about chapter numbers. We're going to go by volume numbers because we typically read like 2 volumes a week. So go based on volumes.
All right, that changes mine.
Yeah, so go based on volumes, and we're specifically looking for 4 to 10 volumes. And what else? Yeah, how loud it is. I had to sit and think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 4 to 10 volumes, which means it'll take us about like 2 to 5 weeks to discuss it. And we'll probably do this for like 2 series maybe before we start voting for a longer series. So that's the plans that we got coming up for that. So we'll be hosting the votes. I think I'll work through the details on my end and I'll paste in the server for how the vote's going to work. It's probably going to be everybody makes your suggestions for the next couple days. Then we do a first vote. If there's a very, very clear winner, we might just go with that. Otherwise, if it's sort of kind of close with some of them, we'll probably do a continuation vote, and then whatever wins from that, we'll go with. We'll see what happens with that. But we basically have a week to pick out what we want our next series to be. So we'll do that. It's going to be a shorter series. Again, anybody is welcome to make suggestions and join in on the discussions for the next series. All are welcome, and you can do this by going to discord.wolfborg.com or just wolfborg.com and finding all my links to everything on there. We are every week, every Thursday night typically. We're here on Friday because this week had Thanksgiving, but we are here typically every Thursday night at 9 o'clock Eastern time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So if you are interested, join us there. Join us in the server. You can talk with us there. If you don't want to be a part of the conversations, you can still at least hang out with us there. If you do want to be a part of the discussions, everybody's more than welcome. And yeah, so we're going to be getting involved with the voting next. And then the Umineko Golden Fantasia fighting game playing next week, which may or may not include a Umineko book club highlight reel that I'm gonna try to put together of like some of the best moments of our book club discussions. If I can get that done in time for that would be amazing. So keep an eye out for that. And if you want to help me with that, you can send me any suggestions for book club moments, any timestamps help, and then I'll put all that together. So with all that said and done, we are finally finished with Umineko When They Cry, the manga. We did it, gamers. Oh my god, the huge weight. Oh my god, it's our lives are now. No, it's all bullshit.
No, come on.
Dang.
We're not children. Come on.
Come on, like she's opened a different hand than the one she moved. I mean, come on. Like, what is this? I, Wolfborg, am able to deduce this simply by the fact that I've read all of Umineko. It was that easy. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
I hope it changed your life. Thanks for sticking around.
Yes, thank you for bringing this as the suggestion, and also tricking us into 5 months of it by saying, oh, you know, we only have to read the first 4, only the first 4 episodes. Oh, teehee, you definitely won't demand to read the next 4 after teehee. Like, motherfucker.
Yeah,
like, we
you
understood.
Can't stop at 4.
We understood. So, all right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. If you are interested, make sure in watching this next week and all the other series, make sure to go to twitch.wolfborg.com, youtube.wolfborg.com, and kick.wolfborg.com. YouTube is where the VODs all live, so if you ever miss an episode live or want to go rewatch some moments or whatever you want to do, those are up on the YouTube channel. So go to the Anime Book Club playlist on there. We have set up playlists for each series that we've gone through, a separate one. So we have a main playlist, podcast playlist for all of our current series, like where the latest episodes are, and then we have separate playlists for each individual series, so you can check all those out and listen to all those if you are interested. And so thank you so much, everybody. Make sure to follow, like, comment, whatever you want. Tell us your thoughts on Umineko. If you were a fan, we had a lot of viewers and a lot of people commenting, more so than some of our other series for this. And I'm so happy to have you all be a part of our experience here. So if you have any theories or ideas or things you wanted to discuss in terms of anything that we've brought up, feel free to let us know, and we will be more than happy to speak with you guys. So thank you so much, everybody. It is time for us to go off to the Golden Land. We will see you all next time for us to beat the fuck out of Erica and all of them. That game has
next week. Woo.
Several of the reviews just say, finally, I can beat up Erica Furudo. Several of the reviews said that. So goodbye, stream. Stay safe, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy birthday, Beatrice.
Happy birthday, Beto.
Happy birthday, Beto. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.